Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Good afternoon. I call this meeting to order. Welcome to our council meeting for February 10, 2026. In the interest of time, efficiency, and ensuring that everyone who wishes to address the council is given an opportunity to do so, the following will apply to all comments made by the public in person and virtually. Virtual participation in council meetings are now available on your computer or smartphone via Microsoft Teams or by telephone. You can learn how to participate virtually by visiting our website, www.clermontfl.gov, and search for Attend Council Meetings Online. Each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. In an effort to be respectful during the meeting, please make sure your cell phones are silenced. And thank you for participating in your city government. Tonight's invocation will be given by Reverend Jordan of the New Jacob Chapel Missionary Baptist Church. Okay. Please rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please.
Can we bow our heads? Oh, heavenly and righteous Father, Lord, we just give you glory and we just give you praise. Lord, we ask that you look down upon this council, look down upon every council person that's here, Lord. Lord, we ask that you would give them the wisdom of Solomon and the heart of Moses. We pray that every decision that's made here would be a just decision, Father God, Lord, and we give you the honor and glory because we know that to be. Lord, we ask that you look down upon our police chief, Lord, that you would give him wisdom and guidance for his department. And Lord, we ask that you look down upon every department that's presented here. Lord, we thank you and we give you the honor and we give you the praise. And Lord, we also give honor to those that came before us, Lord, those that persevered and struggled through sweat and through some pain, Lord, to give us an opportunity for a better tomorrow. Lord, as we give them credence for this month, and this month that we honor them that came before us, Lord, we thank you for that ability to be able to reach out and just say thank you for giving them the mindset that we will have a better tomorrow, a tomorrow that we all can cherish together, that we all can walk hand in hand and be able to love one another, not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Father God, Lord, we thank you for this month for being able to do that. Now, Lord, we ask that you look down upon everyone that's here, Lord, that you would touch them, guide them, give them strength. Lord, that when they leave this place, they'll know that there was a just decision that was made. And, Lord, we ask that as they go home, that they'll find their house as they left it. Lord, we pray for that and many more in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Next item is public comments. Beginning with this meeting, we will now allow virtual comments. If you wish to address the council in person, please come to the microphone and state your name and address. Once the person's comments have been concluded, we will move on to in-person comments have been concluded, we will move on to virtual comments. If you are participating online on Microsoft Teams and wish to provide comment, please raise your hand and you will be called on to unmute your microphone when it is your turn to speak. If you are participating by phone, you will press *5 on your phone to raise your hand. When called upon, you will press *6 to unmute your microphone. For all virtual participants, if you wish to comment on other items on the agenda, please stay on the Microsoft Teams or on your phone and raise your hand when your item comes up for the agenda. This portion of the meeting is only for items that are not on the agenda. In the interest of time and efficiency and ensuring that everyone who wishes to address the council is given an opportunity to do so, each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. To avoid Disruption of the meeting. Speakers should avoid inappropriate language, personal attack, and derogatory statement and direct comments to the city council. Everyone is requested to be respectful of each other even when we disagree. Yes, sir.
Farmer Banks Helfrich. I live in the Clay Road District, South Lake County. Farm tip of the day. 2 weeks ago, it froze around here. Leave everything for a month. Most everything will come back. Do not trim it as of yet. That's my advice if you want to take it. Mayor, council, distinguished guests. Heidi, the pig farmer who lives in Green Swamp, spent thousands of dollars and 4 years attempting to get a conditional use permit from Lake County. I heard her story. I pulled her aside and I said, Heidi, would you like to try to maneuver through the intricacies of government? I'd like to give it a try. First thing we did was get on the phone with Sean Parks, 17 minutes, figuring out what to do next. From there, I reached out to a friend of mine, a lawyer, works in government, works in land use. He referred us to Meg at the Planning and Zoning Department in Tavares. Heidi then took a trip up to Tavares, filled out the application, paid the fee, and from there, in July, it was put on the agenda. The Planning and Zoning Board listened to her speech, her presentation. There was opposition from some of the neighbors. I stood up in support of her because her way of farming is a regenerative type of farming. It was approved 4-1. It moved on in August of last year to the Board of County Commissioners. Again, she presented. Again, there was some opposition. Again, I stood up in support. It was approved 4-0 unanimously. She now has a conditional use permit to go ahead and to raise her hogs on her farm in a regenerative style in sand pits rather than mud pits. She can then humanely process that meat on her property. She can cure the meat, prepare the meat, and then she can have customers come and she can serve the meat to the customers. This is a seed to solution success story. This is what I do, and this is what I do very well in South Lake County. My mom always said, use honey, not vinegar, and by asking politely, more than likely we can work our way through government. Now, government does not have the solution for everything, does not have the answer for everything. However, the sole purpose of government is to serve its citizens. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich, advocate for South Lake County, candidate for State House District 25. May you all be blessed. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kathy Kyle. I live on 3rd Street in downtown Clermont near Waterfront Park. I'm just up here to make a couple of comments about a few things on the agenda. I guess I'm going to give a tiny bit of backstory.
Ma'am, anything that's on the agenda, you have to wait till the items come up.
I'm so sorry, I didn't realize that.
Okay.
So when do we speak, as each item comes up? Or?
As each item come up, we'll give a public comment, opportunity for public comment.
I apologize, I
Okay.
misunderstood.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Massey, 2693 Jumping Jack Way. I hope I'm a little bit better received here than I was at the county. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Joe Massey, and I am a resident of Wellness Ridge. I'm here tonight to address concerning trends in the governance and budgeting of the Wellness Ridge Community Development District, specifically how the 2026 budget appears to have been engineered, decoupled the development's financial responsibilities from the community they are still building. When we look at the fiscal year 2025 versus 2026, the shift is staggering. In 2025, the developer, Lennar, was responsible for developer's contribution of nearly $490,000 to bridge the gap in operation and maintenance cost. In 2026, the adopted budget that contributed has dropped to zero. How did this achieve this? Not by cutting cost, by increasing the burden on residents. Assembly revenue collected from the homeowners has jumped by over $500,000 in a single year, While the developer continues to plot new lots and expand the boundaries, the out-of-pocket cost for the Lennar to maintain the infrastructure they are marketing has essentially vanished, while our neighbors and I are seeing operation maintenance fees climb to over $850 per unit. The MSTU and the most concerning is the injection of $364,000 into the intergovernment revenues via the MSTU funds that come from the city of Clermont. This taxpayer money is being funded into the CDD budget that is still entirely controlled by the developer's seated board. We're seeing significant spikes in the line items, like trust fees tripling from $4,000 to $13,000, administrative costs that benefit the long-term debt structure of the development project, yet they're being subsidized by residents and now indirectly by the city's MSTU fund. We are essentially paying for the privilege of the developer to exist their financial obligations early. The CDD was sold as a way to ensure growth pays for itself without overburdening the public. Currently, it feels like the residents are paying for growth while the developer enjoys the profits, and the city provides the backbone. I am asking the council to exercise great oversight on the MSTU funds are being utilized within these developer-controlled districts. We need to ensure that the public funds and residents' assessments are being used for legitimate maintenance, not to pad the budgets, so a developer can walk away from their funding agreements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, staff, my fellow residents of Clermont. I have a restricted address under the Florida state law for a combat disabled veteran. I gave each of you an oath of office. Should be on your thing there. Several of us, or most of us in the military took this oath. Everybody who's an elected officer takes an oath under the state of Florida. Looking back to the last meeting, I was reflecting on when someone talked about standards and best practices. As a retired commissioned officer, I am held to a standard for my entire life. I'm commissioned for life, until I die or resign my commission. Many people have an oath of office. Our police officers, our firefighters, those who serve the public has an oath of office to do our duty. I had the good fortune back in the early, about 20 years ago, to serve on an inspector general team. I was an IG, I inspected intelligence programs as an intelligence officer. And we always talked about best practices. In the military, you have standards and rules and laws, and so you can enforce best practices. And there was some fascinating debates going on. The issues are in the past for me. But how we establish a standard or a best practice is something that I think tears at the heart of our country and how we treat each other, how we live to our best standard, and how that standard is reflected how we interact with each other. We talk about it, inferences, we talk about it in practice. But a lot of times when we have a disagreement on what the standard should be, that causes conflict across our communities and even across our nation. As a military officer, I was held some of the highest standards. My PT test had to be above 90% as a commander. I had all these things placed upon me. And I realized that standards often oppress us. We're held to a standard that oppresses sometimes our freedoms or what we choose to do. Other people have a different standard than us. And they do things that I can never imagine doing. Someone streaked on the football field for the NFL game this past, not completely streaking naked, but ran up there with an advertisement on his back. Things I would never imagine doing. I think if we think about our decorum, we talk about in the military, and how we treat each other, that'll make our community, our city council, and everybody a better place. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Vincent Nemec, Regency Hills. Majority, actually all you know, I'm the advocate for
Can you
Hartwood
get your
Marsh
address,
Road.
sir?
I don't have to give my address. I'm a retired officer. We went through this years ago, Your Honor.
Well,
Would you like to continue, or?
you go ahead, or in the past you'll be giving your address, but go ahead. Okay.
Okay, you're right. Okay, well, you know I've been advocating for Hartwood Marsh for going on 8 years now. All right, and I'm in constant communication, with my surrounding communities. All right, I'm actually happy that you finally, after 8 years, are taking a part in widening of Hartman Marsh Road. But my phone's been ringing a lot and asking questions because they saw that article by South Lake TV. And the number one question is, isn't that a county road? That's number one. And number two, didn't you fight to get the loan that the county commissioners got of $12 million? And number three, why are they asking for $20 million on something that the county already took our loan out for? I said, let's just be happy that they're going to bat for us this time, all right? And then somebody called me up and said, is it for political propaganda? And my response to that was, I don't know, let's just be happy that the council is fighting for us to get Hartwood Marsh Road widened. Now, since we fought hard to get that $12 million loan from the county, all right, the residents along Hartwood Marsh would like to know clarification what we were fighting $20 million for when it's already supported with a loan that the county commissioners took out. Okay, and that's all they want to know. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public that wishes to speak of anything that's not on the agenda may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. This is public comment. Anyone in the public wishes to address anything that's not on the agenda may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Hearing no one, I close in-house public comment. Anybody online? Anyone online? Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we will close public comment and get ready to move on to the next. But before I move on to the next item on the public agenda, Mr. Van Wagner, the last question on Hartwood Marsh Road. It was my understanding that the county did the loan, but they was trying to get us to go in on the loan, and we refused to do that, if I'm not mistaken.
That is true. I
Okay.
told him that was a non-negotiable for
Okay.
us, based on the council's input.
Okay, but and that's it, and this is the widening of the Hartwood Marsh Road is strictly on the county. We have not, we pushed for it and everything, and they was trying to get us to go in and do the loan for them, but we refused to do that, so they did the loan. So we're not obligated for any funding on that, okay?
What was the $20 million that he's talking about?
Well, I think that's what the loan they went out to do Hartwood Marsh Road, with the county actually did a loan for $20 million to do it, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought the county did a $12 million loan.
My understanding was they were projecting a higher amount than they thought it was going to be, and then when they went to get the cost estimates, it turned out to be a lower amount.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we are involved in the utilities portion of the cost.
Right.
That's what the city of Clermont's contribution is.
Well, they are utilities, so yeah, we have to pay to move some of our utilities and everything. Other than that, the whole project is under them.
But that's a budgeted item that you all have approved in the
Yeah.
past.
So, and before we move on, are there any changes to the agenda, Mr. Van Wagner?
No changes to the agenda today.
Wow, no changes, okay. So the next portion of the meeting is the consent agenda, which contains items that have been determined to be routine and non-controversial. If anyone in the audience wish to address a particular item on the consent agenda, now is the opportunity for you to do so. Additionally, if staff or members of the city council wish to speak to a consent item, they have the same opportunity. The consent agenda items tonight are items 1 through 8, if I'm not mistaken, item 1 through 8. So is there any items that anyone wish to have pulled from the agenda?
Mayor, I don't have any items to pull at this time, but I do have 2 items for a couple of questions for staff.
Well, in order to get to that, we need to pull them.
We do not need to pull them. According to the city attorney, we can actually have conversation and still vote under consent without having to pull them for separate votes.
Well, okay, good.
And I think he's online. I'm assuming.
Well, then I was just finna make that comment, and so I forgot to do that in the beginning. Our city attorney isn't here with us today, but he's online and everything, so we do have an attorney with us today, okay?
And
However,
I don't know if we need to get clarification, if the rest of the council wants that clarification, but
I'm happy to get the clarification.
yes,
Can you guys hear me?
yes,
Oh, okay. Sorry, Mayor. Yeah, thank you. I am in attendance. Yes, so when items are on consent, it doesn't prevent you from commenting on them, or it just, that's it. I mean, you are allowed to do some comments.
Well, that's not my concern. My concern with it, Mr. Wall, is the fact that if we do a group motion to pass the consent agenda as presented, and you have someone that want to vote against it, how do you go that? Wouldn't it have to, each item have to be voted on, that item have to be voted on separately?
You could pull it after the comments, for sure.
I move to allow Mr. Bain 5 minutes for a question and answer from staff to address consent agenda items so he can decide if he needs to pull something from the agenda.
Go.
I second.
Yes, sir.
No one from the public, so I can, okay. Can I just ask for the, I want to ask the same questions I asked of the fire chief for item number 3, that I asked in the agenda review, because it's not in the materials, and I think it's important just for the public to know about the temporary site for fire station number 2. The location, kind of the timeline we talked about, how long, and the staffing of that, just so that the public is clear on what's happening with that, because it does affect them.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Ezel, Fire Chief. The plan for the temporary fire station is for us to occupy the western edge of the parking lot over at the Arc. We're essentially going to be putting a double wide there for one of our crews to maintain quarters. We'll have a covering for the apparatus, and then we'll have a small shed out there to keep our bunker gear stored in. So we're anticipating about a 10-month process to get the station remodeled, and we've got about a 2-month lead time to be able to get the trailer for the personnel to be able to live there. So we're also having to do some work with utilities to get all that hooked up, and that's why we're asking for the emergency purchases, so we can keep everything moving on the timeline.
And with regard to the apparatus and the staffing for currently at Station 2, how will that work for the city?
Correct. We have two units that are at Station 2 currently. We're going to move one unit to Station 1, and the other unit is going to remain down in the Kings Ridge area to maintain coverage. If the facility for Station 5 becomes available before we have the crew ready in May, we will move that unit from Station 1 down to Station 5 so that we can get that up and operating quickly, as quickly as we can.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware of all of that, because it was not in the actual document. I thought that would be very helpful to understand and know.
Thank you for the opportunity.
That was the only questions I had on this item. I do have some questions on the next item too, unless anyone else has anything on that.
Go ahead.
With regards to the arts and recreation catering services, I got a question about an hour or so before the meeting about our current process, and I think I just want to get some clarification. Do we currently have caterers approved for the ARC, or is this something new that we're doing?
We have one caterer that's currently approved at the ARC.
Okay, and it's not. Is it or is it not required that people use them?
It's not.
Okay.
Required.
Under this new process, would folks be required to use one of these approved vendors,
We're not.
or would they still be able to have anyone they want to come in?
Correct. Yes, we're not requesting that this is an exclusive list right now.
Okay, that's I think where I wanted to get some clarification is that I think there was some concern that this would be an exclusive list, and that may be something new that we would be doing, and I just thought it would be helpful to ask that clarification. So if what we're doing right now is staying the same, with the exception of instead of providing a renter one name, we could provide them 10 names, and they could choose one of those 10 or bring in someone else.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Do you wish to pull anything?
I do not.
I move to approve item numbers 1 through 8.
I second.
What was that, ma'am?
Move to approve items number 1 through 8.
Well, before we do that, I actually want to pull items 3 and 4, okay? Because is there any other that need to be pulled? Okay. With that being said, I would entertain a motion on items 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Second.
I'm sorry, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Second.
No, someone else can move. That's fine.
I make a motion to approve items 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Second. Okay, I have a motion for approval of consent agenda items 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, the reason I pulled item number 3, I'm finding it hard to support this basically because I think what we're doing here with station number 2 isn't in the best interest of the city of Clermont. Prior to last year before last, we had process in place where we were going to actually renovate, build a whole new station number 2, move because of the fact that when I came in as mayor, station 2, we didn't have the room. We were lacking room over there. We really need to expand that station number 2. So we went out and found a location. We were going to move the whole station number 2, and at that point, as a matter of fact. Things hadn't changed. We'd probably be almost through building station number 2 now, and we're in better location, easier access, and give more room to our firefighters as well. And it could have also been serving, if we could have got the road Hancock extended like it should have been. At the same time, we've been also been able to serve station, the Wellness Way area, while we took our time and did a little bit of things before we built station number 5. Now, we finna renovate station number 2 in that very congested area. We talking about enlarging the place where they already talking about they don't have room for vehicles and parks and everything else. So now we finna take up more space. Talking to the engineer, and my understanding is it's gonna be a very, very tight fit in that area where we're doing station 2. So I'm finding it hard to support spending this kind of money to do this in the next 5-6 years, according to what I'm hearing. We may have to go back and re-look at station number 2 again, where we got the opportunity right now to go down and we have the land we purchased. We can build station number 2 down where it was originally planned to be built. We wouldn't have to waste these funds on a temporary location. They can actually be put towards the fire station number 2, rather than wasting funds on a temporary location. And the other thing is now you're talking about relocating station number 2 down to the Arts and Recreation Center. You take them further away from the area of responsibilities, okay? And I thought that was the whole idea behind doing station 2, so we can cover more area. But that being said, that's why I'm finding it hard to support, because I don't think it's a very, very well thought out plan and everything, what we're doing with the city dollars and everything. We can do better with it, okay?
Since he pulled it, is it going to be
There should be public comment, yes.
Yes.
Vincent Nemick, Regency Hills. We went over this almost 2 years ago. Number one, it would have been $14 million we would have spent. Number 2, you just said that it's the temporary one where it's going to be posted is less congested. Your Honor, I live right there, okay? I can't tell you how congested that's going to be. You have to cross Hartwood Marsh. That's number 1. And number 2, it would have been built already? I don't think so, okay? Number 3, when Schofield Road opens up, you ain't getting a fire truck out there. Outside on a timely manner, and then to Hartwood Marsh. They've done the facts. The council did their homework on this. You were the only one opposing it. So I don't understand. You got 5 of yous up there, 4 of you agree that it doesn't belong there, but yet you still want to continue to fight on this. So if you're going to pull something, pull it for the reason why you're pulling it. Don't pull it because you want to go back to Hartwood Marsh next to 2 surrounding communities. 2 surrounding communities. It's butt right on Regency Hills, and it's literally across the street from Hartwood Landing. I wonder what all those residents are going to be saying about this one when they watch the meeting. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wants to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. See, no one else. You have anybody online? No one online, so I call public comment on this. As I stated, the reason I pulled this because I think the best location for this is Hardwood Marsh Road, by the church and everything, you know. And I've never agreed with reload. Well, that's the reason we went and put it down there is because the previous council and when we were looking at all this didn't think it was a great fit. Engineers and everything didn't think it was a great fit, and it was going to be a little burden. The congested area right now, that area right now is so congested, I don't even know how to operate. That's one of the biggest areas I get complaints on. What am I going to do about the congestion out there? People trying to get out of the parking lot, Publix parking lot, or the shopping center parking lot, and the firehouse right there. And putting it next to a subdivision, it's already sitting next to a subdivision. And most fire stations don't usually be in there. So that's where I'm at, but hey, I entertain a motion. I just can't support it right now because I don't think it's a proper use of our funds, okay? We can do better than this.
I move to approve item number 3.
I second.
Have a motion and a second for approval of item number 3. Any further discussion?
I'm going to support it at this point. I initially thought this was not a great spot to continue Fire Station 2. However, it was discussed and decided, and I think this is where oftentimes decisions get made that maybe a council member either on the council or someone like myself new to the council didn't agree with, but it's so far along that if we continue down this road of kind of yo-yoing on these things, going back and forth, we're never actually going to do anything. And that's my bigger concern. I thought a different station and utilizing the current Station 2 as an ambulance hub for the southeast quadrant was a better option. That didn't win, and I think we just have to realize that we're at a point where we have to do something. And I would probably say that delaying and going to a different plan, even if it was not next to the church, but just a different plan, would potentially jeopardize our folks in Heartwood Marsh area and Wellness Way area, Kings Ridge, Heritage Hills. And I think we just, whether we like it or not, have to start to move forward with something.
Thank you. Need to remind you that the other location, it was over halfway done with engineering to be moved down there. At the time, it was next before, going back and forth. But I have a motion and a second for...
I have something I'd like to say, sir.
Yes.
I take issue with statements that this wasn't thought out. I think they're an attack on our staff. Our staff worked really hard to come up with a plan that would give every citizen in Clermont a 6-minute response time. I'd like to remind the council and the public that 6 minutes is the point in time that the brain starts to die for lack of oxygen. It is a magic number, not a made-up number. It's very important. The previous plan had a 15-minute response time provided to residents of Wellness Way at the tune of $15 million. The new plan, prepared by our staff and presented to us and approved during the budget process last year, was to put a temporary station at Wellness Way as soon as possible, which is underway, with a permanent station under construction starting as soon as October. We also need a fire station up near Verde Ridge, where we currently have a 9-minute response time. We have a fire station planned with the developer at McKinnon Groves to give those residents a 6-minute response time. And we are keeping an eye on the fire station at Lincoln Park, which when Mineola pulls their trucks out of Lincoln Park will provide a 9-minute response time. This is not a haphazard plan. Our fire chief has done a remarkable job, and his entire team taking the citizens' safety and their pocketbooks into consideration when they've come up with this plan to ensure that you and I and our children and our grandchildren all have a 6-minute life-saving response time. It is not a political issue, and I don't want it to become one. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. As I say, it's a motion.
Sir, you've had your yeah.
It's a motion and a second on the floor to approve item number 3. Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and chair vote nay. Motion passes 4-1. Item number 4, the reason I asked for that to be pulled, like you, Mr. Bain, I asked this question, I'm concerned with this. When I read through the package for this item, it says it's for city events, okay? To have these caterers, be available for when the city hosts events. But then I go down a little bit further in the package and they start talking about fee schedules, okay? And basically what it's stating is the fact that, okay, if you go and rent the facility, you use one of these caterers, the city collect 10% on all food, on the food, and another 20% on the beverages, alcoholic beverages. So why are we nickel and diming our resident? No way is the caterer gonna pay that fee. If I go in there and rent that facility and the caterer is telling me, oh, well, it cost me $2,000, and they know they gotta pay another 10% to me, to the city, they're gonna tack another $200 on to the user of that facility, and same thing with the alcohol. So what are we trying to do here? Are we trying to force the people not to utilize the facility, or what? Okay, and then it goes on another statement. It say most importantly is the fact that people that are using it will have this. Okay, my question was, why are we doing this when right now I can use any caterer I want? And looking at the 10 caterers they're talking about, I don't want to use any of them, so what do I do? When I asked that question, the question was the fact that if I use a different caterer besides what's on the list, I'm gonna get charged an extra fee. That caterer get charged an extra fee. So what are we doing here? Right now I have the opportunity, which I've used many a times at the Arts and Recreation Center, just like the other facilities, and I've been able to go in there, as always, they've told me, hey, here's a list, like for alcohol, here's a list of vendors you can use, you pick and choose whoever you want. Same thing with caterer, I pick and choose what caterers I want. There's no 10% in there or anything else. Now, why are we just doing it with the arts as well? It's why we're just doing the Art Recreation Center. Why aren't we doing it with the city center? We use catering over there as well. Do the same thing. So why are we targeting Arts and Recreation Center? And I got another question. We ourselves as a city have used the East Ridge Culinary Art to do catering for us. So that means if we decide when we do our breakfasts and everything down there, employee breakfast, if we decide we can no longer use the culinary art from East Ridge, when we use them, they're gonna be charged extra when they come out and voluntarily basically do this for us. See, it sounds like we're restricting ourselves. I don't think we need this policy here, when right now we can actually hand up here. If you want to say, hey, here's some caterers, hey, you can give them a list and say we don't need to do all that. Okay? Yes, sir.
And I just want to clarify, there's currently, as part of this proposal, there is no extra fee for any caterer or any renter to use a different caterer than the 10 that are being presented, or Premier, who's already under contract. So anybody can still use any caterer they want without any kind of penalty. That's how staff has presented this so far.
Okay, so why we need, if you can use any caterer, why we need to do this? What's the purpose of this?
This is an opportunity for us to give a preferred list that we've vetted, and because sometimes we do get that from renters where they come in and say, do you have any caterers that you like? So now we have a list that's been vetted, and we can hand that over. Again, it is additional revenue for the city, for the department, and it is an opportunity for the caterer to advertise their business with us.
So we're trying to get into business for advertising in businesses out there now, preferred, and that's where we get ourselves in trouble when we start preferring. Now, not so much get in trouble by preferring, but I think in the past, as a matter of fact, the first time I used one of the facilities, I was given a list and said, hey, here's some caterers in the area you can use, or you can choose, or you can find your own. The same thing with alcohol, that's been approved to do alcohol, okay? And we didn't have to have this. So why, I'm just trying to figure out why all at once we trying to do this, and then we trying to collect money off of it ourselves. See?
Can we move on to public comment, please?
Yeah. Yes.
Vincent Nemec, Regency Hills. I don't want to take all day on this topic. It's very simple. I worked in this industry for 40 years of my life. It's always nice when you're booking a catering hall to know exactly what caterers, entertainment, decorations you recommend since they worked here before, okay? They just said they're not charging extra for it. All you're doing is permission to use these certain individuals. It's a no-brainer, okay? And that's all I'm just trying to say. Some people in a rush to get a room, they don't have time. It could be a last-minute party. They ain't gonna have time to look for a vendor. So they'll go to the city and say, who do you recommend? Who works here the best? Okay, have a blessed day.
This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
My name is Paula Foley and I live in Kingsridge. I will say I haven't researched this at all, but I do have a question, and I agree with the mayor. Why do we need this? Why can't you just put out a list? Why does there have to be something set in stone? And should the city really be recommending caterers? Is there a liability attached to that?
Thank you. Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address the item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one else, anybody online? Okay, I'll bring it back to council. As I said, like I said, in my agenda review, when I asked the question about using another caterer that's not on the list, I was told that there'll be an extra fee charged if we use a caterer outside. Of course, however, they say it's not in place just yet, and this isn't this isn't in part of what's in this write-up yet. So my question again is, why are we trying to nickel and dime our residents to use our facilities, which their taxpayer dollars also help fund the facilities as well? We should be doing all we can to help our facility, taxpayers and everything, and make it a lot easier for them and rather more difficult. I have never had anyone come in all my years come and complain to me about getting caterers or going out and getting caterers to do things, okay?
Do you propose, Mr. Mayor, that we limit use of the ARC to Clermont residents?
Excuse me?
Do you propose that we limit use of the ARC to Clermont residents?
No, because I think when you use, like all our facilities around here, if you use them and you're not a resident of the city of Clermont, you get a charge a higher fee. That's already in place. If I go across the street and use the Arts and Rec City Center and I'm not a resident, I pay a higher fee. Same thing with Arts and Recreation Center. We do take that into consideration. That's why we give a little bit lower fee to our residents, because their tax dollars help pay. This is amenity to the taxpayers and everything. So why are we trying to gouge them for extra money all the time? I don't know.
Well, we currently subsidize the ARC to the tune of about $1.2 million a year, and that's paid for by the citizens of Clermont. My question to you would be, because I agree, I don't want to nickel and dime the citizens, but my question would be, would it be a better policy for us to charge a fee for out of Clermont users that would help us actually cover in its entirety that $1.2 million?
But if I'm not worried, as I think we've had this discussion before years ago, and as I told you then, and I'll stick with it now, amenities like this for the city, I don't look for them to make a profit. If I can recover 50-60% of the fund and everything, operating costs, I'm happy, because these facilities are not designed to make money or cover the cost. City Center doesn't cover itself. Waterfront Park doesn't cover the cost. Not one facility we have in here we operate cover the cost. So why are we singling out the Arts and Recreation Center? That's my question. We seem to be concentrating on singling out, making sure it pays for itself, but none of the other facility pays for itself. Okay? But I entertain a motion. If there's no further discussion.
Yes.
I do, if I can. So I think I asked this when I asked the questions before it got polled, that a resident or a person can use any caterer they want.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Mr. Foreman? Sorry, I didn't mean to make you come back up.
He said yes
He
twice.
said yes
I mean,
twice.
That's why I want to make sure. And with the fees at the bottom, is that a new thing that's at the bottom of this staff report? The 10% and the 20% and the combined, is that new?
It's part of the RFP, but currently Premier, which is under contract, is 20%.
So we are collecting these types of fees from Premier, which is currently the only person on the list.
Correct.
So it's not that we're adding the fees new to this list of 10.
Correct.
It's just delineating it out
Correct.
differently.
Yes.
It will. I don't see Premier's name on here. Will they be still one?
I'm sorry. Premier's contract is still active.
Okay, so so there really will be 11 names that will be given.
Correct.
Okay, so I do have a suggestion then, if as a motion, but I'll defer if there's any other questions. Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve this with the additional language that we direct staff to make it clear on the application that a renter can use any caterer of their choice and that there are no additional fees for that choice.
Okay. Do I have a second? I don't hear a second, so motion passed. Yes, ma'am.
Motion fails, you mean?
Yeah, it fails, yeah.
I move to approve item number 4 as presented by staff.
Second.
Okay.
I have a motion and a second to approval of item number 4 as presented by staff. Any further discussion?
I guess I'm just confused why we don't want to be clear on that.
I wasn't
mean-
clear what that means to you. Like, did you want it in big bold letters, capitalized, or is
I don't
it-
think
if
we need
it's
to
written?
micromanage Councilmember Strange. I think if there is I think that's a genuine concern, that it could be implied that here's a list. If we're not explicit that you can use anyone you want, I think it would be good to just say, here's a preferred list. You can choose anyone you want. I don't know that that's a bad thing to say, and that there's no fee for that. It avoids someone coming before us saying, I was never told that I could use someone else. Had I been told that I could choose someone here or someone else, I would have done that. I think it's just transparent, but
If I may say,
failed.
I have rented from there, and they make it very clear on the application that you do not have to use their catering services.
Great. That's great. That's all. That's what I just want to make sure we're clear on.
Well, and I guess that's my point. So why we need to put this in place now? If you don't need a caterer, you don't have to use a caterer service. Why we
It's
have
just,
to go out here and
it's a
stipulate
nice
this?
option for people, as Mr. Nemec said, who don't have time to research. Because I have gone to many venues in my personal life to say, hey, who do you recommend? Oh, you recommend these. They're not saying I have to use them. It's just a recommendation to make it easier for the people who want to use our facilities. That's all it is. It's just making it easier.
Well, ma'am, as one that have used both of them and scheduled many events and held many events down there, they've always, every time I went in, they always say, hey, you can use Premier. Matter of fact, I think Premier almost have the contract to just for alcohol. See, yeah, ain't nobody else. It's very much in the city they handle alcohol pretty much except Premier and everything. And they've always told me to cater. Even though I did, yes, I went and used my own caterers and everything. So that's why I'm saying, why do we need to go back and reinvent this wheel and do all these things? It's not making sense. If we can just use whatever we want, we don't need to do this. They can always give you recommendations.
It makes perfect sense to
Okay.
me.
It's
But-
amazing how we're
spending so much time on this. It's really
It's a
minor.
ridiculous thing that we're discussing. This is a catering facility. Any catering facility that you go to will have a recommended list. They're not gonna say you have to use these. These are the recommended because these are what people, you'll go, let's say you wanna do a wedding. You might not know caterers. So that if you know your own, if it's a city function, you might wanna cater your own person.
Right.
But, I mean, to discuss this
20 minutes.
ad infinitum, it's getting a
45
little
minutes.
ridiculous.
We've been on consent for 45
And
minutes.
you're very well right. All of you right. But sit here and have to
So,
discuss this like this
right.
because it was something that was done and put on a consent
I'd
agenda
like to call for a vote.
without any discussion.
I second that.
Here again, we putting things on the consent agenda that should be discussed before it goes to the consent agenda. See, we're just trying to push things through.
Point of
through.
order, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
There's a motion and a second to call the
I have a
vote.
motion and a second on the floor to approve item number 4 as presented. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, chair vote nay. Motion passes 4-1. All right. Item number 9, if I do believe.
And 10.
Item
Mayor.
number 9 and 10 are for final consideration of ordinance number 2025-041 and ordinance number 2025-042. As they are for the same project, they will be presented together and will be voted on separately.
Okay, I'll read both into the record. Ordinance number 2025-041, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, adopting the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment for the City of Clermont, Florida, pursuant to the Local Government Comprehensive Planning Act, Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, setting forth the authority for adoption of the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, setting forth the purpose and intent of the large-scale comprehensive plan amendment, establishing the legal status of the comprehensive plan amendment, providing for conflict, severability, the administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date. Ordinance number 2025-042, an ordinance under the Code of Ordinances of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Clermont, referred to in Chapter 122 of Ordinance number 289C, Code of Ordinances, rezoning the real properties described herein as shown below, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, recording, publication, and an effective date.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. John Cruz, Development Services. The first part's going to be for the comp plan amendment adoption hearing. Since the project is greater than 50 acres, a large-scale comprehensive plan review is required. The amendment 25-01 ESR was transmitted for comment to the State of Florida, Florida Commerce Department, and other state agencies for review in November of 2025. The city received 5 responses from the reviewing agencies. 2 were no comment, with 1 technical clarification of the specific land use category being Clermont Wellness Way North 1, and 3 comments were no adverse impacts. The land use has been clarified to be Wellness Way North with the number 1 added. Since no substantial comments or objections were received, the city is proceeding forward with the adoption of this request and recommends approval of ordinance 2025-041. Next, we're moving on to the rezoning portion. The city, as the applicant, is requesting rezoning of the subject property as a follow-up to the staff-initiated annexation request. The property is located south of Harwood Marsh Road and west of Lake Orange County line and is approximately 357 acres. On the display is the property outlined in yellow, but actually it's to the right is to the north. The picture was rotated to get it on the slide. So again, the right is actually to the north where it says Harwood Marsh Road. The property was approved under PUD ordinance number 2021-36 in Lake County for up to 660 single-family dwelling units, along with 520,000 square feet of non-residential use, which would be commercial office. The project is currently moving forward and construction activity is starting. The property was annexed by City Council on June 10th prior to building permit issuance to capture approximately $8 million worth of impact fees on the residential portion of the development. No commercial construction has started at the moment. The current zoning of the property within Lake County is planned unit development. The compatible zoning within the city would be planned unit development as well, with the current entitlements captured within the PUD. The zoning designation abides by the Wellness Way community guidelines regarding implementation. The preliminary plat and final plat for a few of the phases have been approved by Lake County. The PUD zoning does not propose a conflict between the existing uses and land uses in the area. The transfer of Lake County's PUD ordinance into the city's PUD ordinance is a like for like with small adjustments made to code references, such as county being replaced with city reference. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 4-1 with the added condition that the developer and property owner provided advance burn notification. Additionally, the Commission recommended a secondary irrigation system. However, staff notes that this requirement is already addressed in Section 25 of the ordinance. It was recently brought to light to our city attorney that an existing settlement restriction with adjoining property owners on the southern end of the project had been approved. Based upon this, staff is recommending a condition added to address this. It will be placed on page 8 of the ordinance, or page 195 in your packet, and on the screen it's underlined. That would be placed under section 4 that references that settlement restriction. Staff recommends approval of the rezoning to PUD with the conditions presented and contained in ordinance number 2025-042. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. And of course, this is all from the city, right? So this is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wishing to address this item may come, either one of these items may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Blair. I live in the Fox Meadow subdivision, which is very close proximity to the parcel that's on, that hits Phil C. Peters Road. And I came all the way over here, but I didn't know this gentleman was going to recommend it. We were the party to the settlement agreement, so I would just endorse my support that that be added so nothing is missed. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone else that wish to address the item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I close in-house portion. No one online. I close public comment. Bring it back to council. What say council? Ordinance, let's take it. We're ordinance number 2025-041.
Move to approve item number 9, ordinance 2025-41.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number, item number 9, ordinance number 2025-041. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all, sorry. Councilmember Strange.
Aye.
Councilmember Bain.
Aye.
Councilmember Myers.
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson. Aye. And the chair votes aye as well. The motion passes 5-0. Item number 10, ordinance number 2025-042.
I would like to move item number 10, ordinance 2025-042 with 2 amendments. One being the staff recommended, oh wait, that was on the, was that on this one or the last one? Okay, it's on this one. On page 195, is that section 4 that you want that under?
Yes, sir. It'll go under section 4. It'll be item D.
Okay, so staff language, item D, under section 4, page 195. And the second amendment would be on page 202, section 13. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended a written notification to owners, but there's no language on how far out that goes. So I would like to recommend, given its proximity in this location, owners within 1,000 feet of the property.
All second for discussion.
Have a motion and a second for approval with the added amendments as stated. Any further discussion?
I have a question for the fire chief, probably. I'm not really sure who. In spirit, I have no objection to the amendment. I don't know if 1,000 feet is too little, too much. I have no idea. I guess the question is who might be impacted by it and who might be afraid by it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the specifics on the question?
Sure. So the motion is to approve the ordinance, but for the notice, anytime there's a controlled burn, to be giving people within a certain range notice that there will be a controlled burn. And so the question, the motion is for 1,000 feet of the burn site. And my question is that too little, too much? Can you give me guidance?
You talking about for forestry in the area next to it?
It's forestry management, basically, right?
Yeah, it's the item, Chief, we talked about in the agenda review about the P&Z addendum where they added the notification to you and to the owners, but they didn't clarify how far out. And I'm providing language that says 1,000 feet out.
I'd say at least 1,000 feet. Just with the smoke in the area, typically forestry does a much broader broadcast before they'll commence a burn in the area.
If you were to pick a number out of the sky, what number would you pick?
For anything other than a controlled burn, I'd say 1,000 would probably be sufficient. But if they're going to be doing a significant amount of clearing, we'd want a much broader area than that.
How do you feel about that?
I'm completely okay. This is something the developer would be required to do. It's not something the city would have to pay for. So I was just trying to strike a balance of open-ended versus what's, in our code. I thought, okay, at least 1,000 feet would capture maybe like the folks off of Levers Lane and that area there, might capture some further to the east to the county line, south. A lot of these folks are county residents, not city residents, but I think because this project's going to be city property, we should be a good neighbor and try to make notifications as wide as we can. So I'm open to larger, given that it's the developer who would be paying for it.
I'm the same. I'm open to larger. If you're comfortable and you want to leave your motion at 1,000, I've seconded it. We can move forward. If there's a temperature to go farther, I can engage with that as well.
Yeah, I'm fine with 1,000. And Chief, I guess, as with anything else, let us know if you're finding that that notification level is just not enough. Come back to us, and I think you've got at least 2 council members who are saying that they would like to see a notification go out to as many people as possible.
Yeah, for the majority of them, anything other than prescribed burn, which is the majority of burns that are going to take place. Anybody getting a permit from the county or anything else, I think 1,000 feet would probably be sufficient. They're going to be smaller piles,
okay,
rather than a large land area that they're doing a controlled burn on.
Okay.
How do we feel about that?
Is this like something that we prescribe, or is it a county prescribes these data?
Now, when I talk about prescribed
So
burns,
why would we put it in this ordinance if we're not controlling it? Wouldn't it be the county? Isn't there already ordinances on controlled burns, wider burns, like whether you have to, what's the wind velocity of the day? There must be a lot of other criteria that enters it, not just distance.
That's correct. It's the Division of Forestry is what handles a lot of the burn permits, especially
So
for
by
the
us
larger
putting
piles.
it in, then we're giving a definition that 1,000 is good all the time. I don't think that's a good thing to say, because maybe 1,000 isn't good all the time. So I think we should leave it up to the county to prescribe what's needed as far as distance and other criteria that's going to enter into the fact.
That makes sense.
That would make sense, but correct me if I'm wrong, Chief. When there's no item in an ordinance like this from a municipality, they can simply put a notice on a website, and that's their notice to the community.
Correct.
Not an actual something in the mail that goes to an owner that lives nearby within a certain feet radius, that every time they're burning, they get notified of that.
What if we say something to the effect of they must provide written notice to homeowners within a certain distance as determined by whoever is the governing agency at the time, because they need to notify the agency of the burn, and they need to find out the distance that people, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how that might address Mr. Peterson's concerns.
And that's what P&Z put in. They said written notification to the owners and the local fire authority, and our chief is the local fire authority. So I'm just trying to clarify for owners a radius so that it's not open-ended, because we know sometimes there are folks who will treat that not so judiciously or in the spirit. And so I'm just trying to put a distance on that, so that if it's 1,000 feet and it works, great. If the chief tells us, hey, it needs to be 50,000, then I let him use that expert knowledge to come back to us and tell us. But I think in this area, we should make sure, given that there is going to be burning occurring, that we try to be as good as neighbors to our city residents and our county residents who abut this, to be notified other than just a post on a website or a social media account.
I support that, and I think we've seen that play out at Wellness Way, and we hear the conflict that comes when you don't have that communication. I would suggest that perhaps we can consider an amendment to the motion to say they must give written notice at, I would say, a distance not less than 250 feet, or at such further distance as designated by the local fire authority, whatever language we use to refer to the applicable state.
So you want to decrease the distance?
Well, the goal would be that the developer contact the fire chief, and the fire chief chief determine the distance,
Right.
and that the developer get that in writing from the fire chief before burning.
So I
And
just-
maybe the language could be played for.
What is your thoughts, Chief?
If I could ask a question, it sounds like the concern is primarily the smoke nuisance that's associated with the
Yes.
burning.
Yeah.
So there are other mechanisms that we can use other than just notifications. One of the tools that we often use is called an air curtain. It forces, it's like a fan that goes into the fire, and it causes the smoke product it's much cleaner. It almost comes out as sometimes you can barely even tell that there's smoke there. So those are other things that could be put into place, requiring an air curtain as opposed to just a distance and notification. So if you're concerned about the impact to neighbors, that's one tool that can be utilized.
I don't think we want to discourage forestry management
With
by.
Chief, when they issue a burn order, you are notified already, right?
We do. We
Yeah.
work with forestry on that. We've monitored them in the past. We've had some neighborhoods that have been impacted when they're doing burning the debris piles as they're clearing land. And if we have a question, we'll have forestry go out there and take a look to make sure that everything's being done according to their standards.
Christian might be able
So
to
that's
something out.
in place, and I can understand the concern about 1,000 feet, but but once the burn started, houses more than 1,000 feet all over the neighborhood can be affected. We can go, as you said, 50,000 feet, and they can still be affected. So notification, I just trying to figure out how far out do you want to notify
Yeah,
someone?
and I agree, and we have to draw a line somewhere on these items, just like we do with developments. When a CUP or a PUD comes before us and we do the notifications, like I said, right now our ordinance says 150, staff goes out 200. There's always an argument to go further. Our P&Z, in their thoughtful conversation, wanted to try to make sure that residents in this area, whether city and or county, got some sort of notification other than a social media post or a website post about a controlled burn in their neighborhood. If there are additional items, I think we could certainly add those in. I'm not opposed to that, but I'm simply looking at it from the notification standpoint of what was already in the ordinance here before us, defining a distance. Otherwise, if we approve it as written, there's no definition of distance, so that developer can notify one person and they've met our ordinance.
Well, perhaps we can leave this to the attorney to craft based on, because what we're looking for is the police chief to be involved to designate proper management techniques, because there may be other techniques over time. I mean, this is an ordinance, it's going to be here forever. So if I think I called you the police chief, I'm sorry. Did I say police? For our fire chief to be involved and to give the approval, and I don't have any problem including that they must give a written notice to people within, homeowners within a certain distance as designated by the fire chief, because to Mr. Peterson's point, there might be days that the wind's only blowing to the east, and therefore, I don't know, I'm not in this business. But if you're comfortable, Mr. Bain, I think that Mr. Waugh and the fire chief could come up with some language if we give them the direction that we just want to make sure people are justly notified when there's a burn, so there's not fear or danger.
Chief, are you okay making the call on every notification you get on how far out that written notification of the ordinance needs to be?
Completely.
Okay, then I withdraw the second motion and leave it as currently written and just make the motion with the staff recommended item language. If my second, Councilmember Strange, if you agree to that.
I think perhaps we could add, if you'd be open to it, at the kind of the end, add with written notification to adjacent property owners at a distance recommended by the fire chief.
Okay, so instead of within 1,000 feet, that language say as approved by the Clermont Fire Chief.
Yeah, if you're comfortable with that.
I would recommend we put in the authority having jurisdiction.
What's that?
The authority having jurisdiction.
With the so written notification with approval
From the
authority having jurisdiction.
Wouldn't that be local authority, chief?
Yes.
Okay, local authority having jurisdiction.
Yes.
That's the second part of that then.
Technically, that is my fire marshal that oversees those burns.
Okay, then that's what I would include as that second item then.
So
my second's okay.
Yeah, I second the motion as made with the amendment to page 195 with the settlement language suggested by staff, and the amendment to page 202 with the notice, the written notice to go to the property owners within a distance as designated by the local authority.
Fire authority.
Yeah. I think Christian has enough here that he can write up whatever language it needs to be. So we do have a motion and a second. That was a second. I just wanted clarity.
Going for the vote.
I'm ready to
Okay.
vote if you're ready to vote, yeah.
So, did you write down all your motion there?
Yeah,
With
I think
all
we
that?
got it.
I think so. Would you like it reread?
Yeah, well.
Okay. So my motion was to add the staff language that they have on the screen
Okay.
here on page 195 of our packet, which is under section 4. It'll be a new small letter D. And to add language on page 202, section 13, letter B, that says provide written notification to owners as approved by the local fire authority. Does that cover that, Chief?
Correct.
Local fire authority jurisdiction, whatever. I think you got the gist of what we need in there, but
So we want written notice to adjacent property owners at whatever distance is approved by the local fire authority.
Yeah, the legal term is the authority having jurisdiction.
Local
as
authority.
approved by the authority having
Jurisdiction.
Local
jurisdiction.
authority.
Local authority having
Local
jurisdiction.
authority.
And I seconded all of that. We're on the same page. Yeah.
Yeah, local authority having jurisdiction, okay. That is the motion, and I have a second with all that, okay?
We got there.
We got there.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, yes. Councilmember Strange.
Aye.
Councilmember Bain.
Aye.
Councilmember Myers.
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson.
Aye.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 11 is for reconsideration of ordinance number 2026-002.
An ordinance of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending Chapter 32, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places to remove the expiration date, providing for conflict, severability, codification, the administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon again, John Cruz, Development Services. On February 11th, 2025, the City Council approved an ordinance to allow golf carts on City of Clermont roads within a specific boundary with specific requirements. Part of this ordinance also included an expiration date. Section 32-102, item G, within ordinance 2025-009, lists an expiration date of February 11th, 2026, unless extended by City Council. As of December 26, 2025, the city has issued 28 stickers for golf carts to be operated on city roads. Verification with the police department indicates that no incidents have occurred with golf carts in 2025 as a result of this program. During the introduction of this ordinance on January 13, 2026, it was motioned and amended by council to add a 3-year time frame. The ordinance has been updated with this expiration date of February 10, 2029. Is being presented for final consideration. Staff recommends approval of ordinance number 2026-002 with the requested expiration date added. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Of course, this again is bought by the city, so it is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
And as we start public comment, if I may briefly, just to remind the public, at the last meeting, we have a golf cart ordinance. This one, there's a second one that determines the area. So this is expanding the ordinance, and then there's another ordinance that says this is the area. So this is just about the permission to do golf carts, or use golf carts.
The area coming up in here, or is it some other time?
Well, the ordinance
right.
already have established area that we have on books already.
So this one is not the area. This is, can we operate golf carts within the city limits at all? And then there's another ordinance on the area.
Today.
So today is just, can we operate golf carts in the city limits? But we'd love to hear what you have to say, because we could always bring the other one back if we
Sure.
need to.
No. I am Kathy Kyle. I live at 335 3rd Street, and I have permit number 11. And I just want to say I'm in support of the ordinance, the existing ordinance, and the extension of it. So That's it.
Would you share your experience with us? I'm curious. I don't use it. So.
Well, I drive Violet all over town. And, yeah, it's really nice to be able to use the golf cart to get around, all around the downtown area. And I have comments about the new ordinance, but I guess I don't talk about those right now.
Okay.
But, no, it's been really super to have that. I have had 1 or 2 experiences of aggressive drivers, I will say. That's been, a little nerve-wracking, but typically that doesn't happen. People in cars.
Okay.
No, people in cars who, don't want to wait 15 extra seconds, But haters are going to hate,
Well, ma'am, I don't think that's just towards golf carts. I see that it going towards the vehicles, pedestrians, and everybody else around here. So we have to do something about that.
This is not specific, but, how dare you go 17 miles an hour when I want to go 38 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address the item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I close public, in-house public, no one online. We have no one online, so I bring it back to council. What say council?
I move to approve item number 2026-002.
I second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 11, ordinance number 2026-002. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor. I do think we need to have a conversation about whether we want to expand our golf cart radius, and we didn't do that today with this item. This is just to allow the golf carts, as Councilmember Strange mentioned. When this was originally proposed by staff, and I did have a clarification question for staff. So in the presentation slide, it says recommend approval with the expiration date. Our materials say recommended without the expiration date. Could we get clarification on that?
Yes. Originally, when staff brought this forward, we recommended no expiration date. And again, if you read the top, that's italicized in the staff report. That was the new stuff added.
Yep.
Normally, we keep the old staff report as reference and history. So if you ever see in the staff report at the top where it's italicized, that means it's been added. So staff recommends approval ordinance 2026-002 with the requested expiration date added. So that's staff's recommendation.
So staff originally, when they proposed this, did not propose an expiration date.
That is correct. We just struck that item completely out. We brought it forward.
Yep.
And this is where we're at today with you.
Would staff, and it may not be you, Mr. Cruz, it could be the city manager, would staff still recommend approval without an expiration date? Okay, thank you. So the city manager said yes. And the reason why I'm asking that is because I think we've had a trial period, and I'm not a fan personally of trial period and then another trial period for the sake of trial periods. If there's a legitimate, valid, hey, we didn't collect enough data, we have mixed data, we forgot to collect data, something like that where it would warrant us to need to potentially do an additional trial period. Or if we were coupling this with an expansion of the golf carts and we say, look, we want to do this, okay, we're adding some area, so let's just, put this out another year or two or whatever. I could fully support that. But my concern is adding the 3-year for the sake of just adding a 3-year without it being proposed that way is that this is an investment that people make when they buy a golf cart. Brand new, they're anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 plus dollars. So if someone wants to make that investment, that they now are wondering, okay, am I going to be able to get to do that? Now I understand we can always repeal any ordinance that we write, but the reality is that if it's going well, we're not going to do that without some sort of justification. So we're pushing that goalpost arbitrarily, and I think it's just creating more bureaucracy for our residents. Number two, I think that the entrepreneurship of folks who might want to go into the golf cart business. This is prohibiting someone from doing that. I certainly wouldn't want to invest in a business that the city may or may not, in 3 years now, again, we have to come back up and decide whether or not we're going to continue this. Are they just going to keep kicking it down the road, or are we just going to, allow it to happen? So I don't understand, and I haven't heard a justification for why we need to have a second trial period and why it needs to be an additional, why 3 years. And so I would like to see this just extended as staff originally recommended. And I would move to strike letter G under section 2, which has the expiration, and make that as an amendment to the motion to strike letter G.
I still think we need to have a sunset. We only have 23 registered vehicles, which is not a great sampling. So let's say in 3 years we have
Just a point of information, there's no second. So unless there's a second, we don't need to discuss it. But I've made the motion. Is there a second?
Well, I'm in agreement with you. Just remove the.
I'll second for purposes of discussion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to try to make sure we're facilitating here.
I'm in agreement with you. Just move the time that we just need to remove that. I think we've did 1 year, and this has been something that's been floating around here for years, and we've done this. We've had no incidents. I don't care how many golf carts we get out there, even if we put a timeline on it, increase with golf carts, so you can still somewhere along the line have incidents. But I think we need to just remove the timeline and just let it be an ordinance and go ahead from here on out. My more concern is the areas of use. Mm-hmm. That create more problem for me than the timeline. Okay, so my recommendation was to go ahead and remove it.
I had pushed for the sunset, and I feel like you're asking questions. I'd like to answer them. And,
yes,
and
please.
that's
Thank
all.
you.
Is if you look back at the timeline of when this was adopted, at the time I was really pushing for the comprehensive plan to be done. I firmly believe that Clermont in many areas will embrace golf cart usage, but we are currently vehicular centric as a city. I don't think that's where we're going to land. That's just where we are. And 1 year later, we have 28 permits that have been pulled. And I don't feel like that is a big enough group to really see what is it that we're really dealing with. We're dealing with e-bikes, we're dealing with golf carts. There's a lot of transportation issues that are going on. I think these are important issues. And to your point, Mr. Bain, I do think that if we adopt an ordinance and it's permanent, it is very hard to take that away. If there's a 3-year sunset and we don't renew it, it just sunset and we didn't renew it. It doesn't actually take an affirmative act to take away people's businesses, people's feelings of liberty, their sense of entitlement. That's where I'm coming from. We didn't actually end up starting the comprehensive plan process until later in the year. I think it was October. And so I think if we had started in December of 2024, we would be better able to make a permanent decision today. But as we sit here today, we're on a timeline of April being our ABA report. We're on the timeline of summer for DPZ to be coming back into the fall. And I thought valid points were made about 1 year being too short. We deal with 3-year CUPs all the time. I would go to 5 if we feel like we need something a little more permanent. Again, I think it probably will end up being permanent, but I want to be thoughtful and exercise temperance as we're moving forward with this change to the way we handle transportation in the city. And that's where my hesitation is I don't want to create a sense of entitlement, a sense that we're taking something away, especially if people are building businesses on it. I would rather give a notice that this still is in trial. We haven't had a lot of people participating, so we're giving a longer period of time. Maybe more people will participate. I don't have a crystal ball to know where this is going to stand, but that's where I'm hesitant to make a permanent decision on this one.
Yeah, and I hear that, and I respect that. I think there's got to be some number, and we don't know. We're both making a hypothetical on why there's the number of permits there are. Some people could not have gotten a permit because they simply didn't want to invest the money in buying the golf cart to have a permit that only was going to be valid for a year, and now have a golf cart sitting in their driveway. So I think I share that that concern. And in theory, I think having the comprehensive plan information is valid and helpful. But I certainly, gosh, I would be hard pressed to believe any comprehensive plan process and report that this council approves does not allow for multimodal transportation, bikes, e-bikes, golf carts, cars, pedestrian walkways, etc. And so I just think we're creating a burden that doesn't need to be there. I understand the theory behind it. I just don't know that, if we were expanding the map, I would say absolutely. We need to have another trial period for that new area because we're adding something new. This is just an area that already exists that we haven't had any issues with. At some point, again, kind of like that notification, you have to draw that line and say, we have data, the data shows this, and let's just move forward. And that's kind of where I was coming from with it.
And I get that.
I mean, I think what we initially spoke about, if we want to be like the villages, you need to have things that are set up for golf carts. And, like if we build it, they will come. Maybe we have to create golf cart parking, like where you have the different. So just, it incentivizes people to get a golf cart. If they have to park in a regular parking spot, if they're fighting with other cars, there has to be like, say, golf cart lanes, just like they have bike lanes. We have to, if as a city council, we need to promote golf carts. That's maybe why we only have 23 now. But I think if we just open it up, like you said, we need to have a sunset date. Right?
Well, we could always amend it later when the comp plan is done and make it permanent.
Right.
We don't
And
have to wait for 3 years.
CPZ is going to come in and they'll say, wow, you could do this, this, and that. Wow, never thought of that. But that's what their function is to open up our eyes to the things that we can't see.
I think we just have some philosophical disagreements on whether or not we need a timeline or not. And trial periods after trial periods after trial periods, I think, is just unnecessary, given that we don't have any concerns. So I would hope the council would just approve it as it was originally presented without it, and we'll see where that vote goes.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I can add, we have 2 motions and 2 seconds on the floor right now, so.
So my motion was to amend,
right.
Add an amendment to the motion. And it was seconded, so we can vote on that, and if it fails, then the original motion is still on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
It just wouldn't be amended to strike the 3-year term.
Actually, I think it was amended.
Unless
his
Mr.
motion
Waugh
was- his
says something
motion was
different.
amended. Okay.
So
I
we'll
didn't
call
know
the
if it was
question that Mr. Bain posed, which is, as originally presented by staff, without a sunset.
Yeah, without a sunset. All right. So I do have a motion and a second on the floor to to approve the item as presented by staff without a sunset.
This is a roll call.
Any further discussion? If not, Councilmember Strange.
Nay.
Councilmember Bain.
Aye.
Councilmember Myers.
Nay.
Councilmember Peterson.
Nay.
And chair vote aye as well. Motion fails 3-2.
So now we'll call the motion to approve with the sunset.
Second?
Yeah, motion.
We don't have to second, no, we just have to vote, right? Yeah.
It's already been moved
Yeah,
and seconded.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to vote for it because I think the golf carts need to be there. I think it's unfortunate that we're kicking the can down the road and just adding more trial periods. But that's that.
Okay. Motion on the floor is we'll go ahead and approve item number 11, ordinance number 2026-022 as presented by staff. Any further discussion?
Just to clarify, we're voting as presented by staff today with the sunset.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Aye.
Councilmember Bain.
Aye.
Councilmember Myers.
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson.
Aye.
Chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 12 is for consideration of resolution number 2026-001R.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, granting a conditional use permit to allow for a food truck to operate on a vacant parcel located in the C1 Light Commercial Zoning District, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. Justine Day with Planning and Development Services. The applicant and property owner, Rick Richardson, is requesting a conditional use permit to allow for a food truck to operate on a vacant parcel designated with the C1 Light Commercial Zoning District. The property is located at the northeast corner of the Lake Avenue and West Highway 50 intersection and is approximately 0.34 acres. The applicant is proposing to operate a single food truck as a takeout-only service on the property. Operating hours would be up to 4 days a week. Since the land development codes do not identify the requested use as a permitted use under section 125.313, it requires this type of use only through a conditional use permit. The current zoning permits restaurants and food establishments provided the use is conducted within an enclosed building. Staff has reviewed the application and finds that the use would not be more obnoxious to the district due to the similarities in uses permitted. The applicant is also requesting a variance for a reduction to the landscape buffer required by Land Development Code Section 123-43E1. This would allow for a 10-foot landscape buffer in place of the minimum 20-foot buffer required along West Highway 50 to the south. After careful review of the elevation contours, it's staff determination that the reduced landscape buffer may still meet the intent of the code. The property currently has a berm along West Highway 50 that then decreases in grade continually towards the north side of the property. The berm limits visibility on the site, which would be enhanced by the proposed 10-foot landscape buffer. The owner is willing to make the necessary site improvements to accommodate access, parking, and stormwater retention. It is of staff's opinion that this use makes the most of a smaller constrained parcel while offering the property owner the ability to use their property. When evaluating a request for a conditional use permit, the Land Development Code Section 101-212 requires specific development standards that are required to be met. Staff has reviewed the application as submitted in accordance with the development standards criteria and finds the proposed use can meet the general criteria for granting a conditional use permit. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding community. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 4-3 with conditions to allow the operation up to 4 days instead of the original 3, and to require additional lighting on site if operating hours are after dusk. Staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit with the conditions contained in Resolution number 2026-001. This concludes staff presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Is the applicant present?
Afternoon. For the record, my name is Christopher Germana with Germana Engineering, 1120 West Mineola. I'm the engineer of record. Just want to kind of go over briefly the concept plan that was presented in your package, a little bit about the facility and how it's going to work. So as staff mentioned, this is a food trailer. It's going to be a trail operation. So the owners are going to come in with a pickup truck. They're going to have a trailer, and they're going to park it at the designated gravel pad that's identified on your plan. At the close of business, they're going to take that trailer, bring it off property, and with that, they are going to bring it to a dumping station. So, which means there's going to be no utility needs for this project. So we're not tying into water and sewer. Everything is self-contained. They're going to bring it off property and then come back the next business day. In your plan, we are providing grass parking. We do have a designated handicap space with a sidewalk and then an accessible route to the public way. We are going to have a stormwater to meet the St. John's and City of Clermont's requirements. The concept of it needs to be determined. It's a placeholder, but that's where we anticipate it. We're going to get geotechnical and supporting information. So I just want to explain a little bit about it. I'd be happy to answer any technical questions, and then the owners are here as well for any operational type of questions.
Okay. Thank you, sir. If there is any question, we will go ahead and call you back up later. But right now, this is a public, unless the owner, did you want to say something? Before I go to public comment? Okay, yeah. Well, then, this is a public hearing. Anybody in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Good evening, good afternoon, City Council, Vincent Nemick, Regency Hills. Before you take a vote on this, just keep these simple facts. The engineer did say a dumping facility, but he didn't say where it was. And in order to have a dumping facility, does that still fall under the Commissary Registration Act, which in other words, you need a certificate from the Commissary Registration entitled DBPRHR-7022. Okay. Also, highlight points, backflow of traffic. Lake Avenue is a narrow road, 20 feet long. Lighting on the entire area, because we know it gets dark over there. All right, ADA compliance. I hope you understand that they really have to be in compliance for wheelchairs. Parking is a big one. That's why we're asking for lighting. All right, you should be asking for lighting. The water backflow when it rains. There's a lot of grass over here. All right, the sanitary. All right, the gray water. What dumping facilities is gray water means dirty water when you wash your hands, when you wash your utensils. Okay, the bathroom. What kind of bathroom are you going to have? Is it going to be a rental porta potty? How long is it going to be there? Is it going to be there 24/7? Is it going to be in the summertime? When it really, like, I don't understand, and also expect vandalism to that. You know how kids are. Okay? Food trucks. This is very important. It states in the ordinance, and it's in writing, you're allowed 1 food truck for 4 days. Does this mean he could bring any other food truck? Or is it going to be specifically for their own, only the owner's food trailer, not truck, I'm sorry. And also take in consideration, it's a large trailer, not a food truck, a trailer. And it's being trailed with an additional 4 feet. Plus he's pulling it with a large pickup truck. So if you do the math, that comes out to anywhere from 35 to 40 feet. Now you have to make a turn on Lake Avenue. That to me is a safety issue on the backflow of traffic from 50 coming on. I like the idea, but these things have to be answered before you reach your decision. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is public. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I have one online. Go ahead. Go ahead, online. They on Teams or phone?
Hello?
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Danny Page, Tuscany Ridge. Section 101-212 subsection C of your LDC, of course, as you are aware, requires you to make 4 specific findings, including that this will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the vicinity, and especially that it would be desirable at this particular location. So today you're being asked to make an affirmative findings based on the evidence currently in the record before you. And of course, this approval is going to be based on a preliminary conceptual site plan, so formal grading and engineering review will, of course, occur later. But yet you can clearly see here that the parcels sit in a visible depression. The proposed surfaces are gravel, not a concrete pad for this trailer, and of course grass. So there are no grading contours, no spot elevations, no drainage calculations, and no demonstration of how runoff from compacted gravel and grass parking will function in these low-lying parcels. So if grading and drainage analysis has yet to be completed, how then can council make a finding that the use will not be given the depressed topography. Moreover, I have particular concerns regarding ADA requirements. So you can see clearly there from the conceptual site plan there, specifically the ingress and the egress. For instance, the proposed sidewalk that's entering into the property off the current sidewalk on Highway 50 is way too steep for wheelchair access, and the entry off Lake Avenue will initially be concrete as it's proposed, but then it turns into gravel, as you can see, and then it turns into stabilized grass. So all of which is extremely difficult for wheelchairs to navigate, whether, again, they're coming in off of 50 with that steep ingress there, and then, or Lake. Again, they'll initially hit that proposed concrete, but then they're gonna be hitting gravel. I don't think this is acceptable for wheelchair, people using wheelchairs. Council must, also find that this use is desirable. No matter if you find it, desirability, of course, is subjective, but in this particular instance, in this particular location, given what's in your packet there today, what evidence do you have that supports the conclusion that it's desirable given the site's visibility and proximity to existing residential structures? Additionally, I have a few specific questions that either staff or perhaps maybe the applicant can answer. Number one, how can the city be sure that the proposed gravel area, right there where you see off of Lake, that first again goes into the proposed concrete into that gravel area right there, won't become overflow parking, or the parcel that actually belongs to the city won't be utilized for parking. Which brings me to number two. Has staff or the
Ma'am, I need you to wrap it up in 30 seconds.
Okay, well, have they thought about stacking entries on the property? There's only 5 spaces. Also, they say there's 6 spaces on their permit, but there's not, there's 5. And then I would like for them to expound on the porta potty if they would. And at the end of the day, your required findings must be supported by competent, substantial evidence now, not after engineering review. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online? No. So we're gonna close public comment and bring it back to council. I'm sorry.
I'd like to start my clock, if that's okay. You're ahead of us. We don't have a code for food trucks. We don't have this. I want the public to be aware. My understanding is the way that this has been processed is as a walk-in food service establishment. And so we've got engineered drawings for a food trailer, which for me, I'm just wondering if we're making a mountain out of a molehill, to be honest. I wasn't really sure how to take this one when I first saw it, because in theory it fronts Highway 50, but when I actually looked at the property, lo and behold, it's right next to Lake Dot.
Right.
Lake Dot is one of the potential parks that we're looking to make a string of pearls out of. So actually, kind of seems cool to me, fun to me. I've been to food truck establishments before, places where there's, what do they call them? Food truck parks, I think, where, what is it? It's gravel and there's porta potties and sometimes they have some shade and sometimes they don't have shade, and it's very functional, and it's kind of the step up to more established business ownership. And so I'm here wanting to help these folks get where they want to go. Christian, I hope you're paying attention, because I'm going to be asking for your take on some of this. Because the first thing is, I would like to see this be a temporary CUP, not a permanent CUP. I would like to revisit this. I know, as you can tell, Mr. Bain, I'm going to be very slow moving as we move through some of these things, but I think it's exciting. What I don't want to do is have these business owners expend an extraordinary amount of money, including stormwater retention, for a self-contained food trailer. But I don't know how to get there. So hopefully Christian can help us get there. I think if I have to approve it the way it is, I'll approve it the way it is. I don't think it's perfect. I would want to put a timeline on it, because I do think it's going to be better as we go through this process. And I'm going to be asking council probably during the report section to help give direction to staff on how we can start improvements at Lake Dot with maybe a landscape architect to create kind of a walkable space there. You go, you get your food, you go for a little walk, you enjoy the park, the Florida native. How do we make that nice? How do we make this an amenity for the community? And I commend you in your creative ideas. We're not ready for it. So I want to help get them there if we can, without it being unduly burdensome on them. I also don't think anticipating frontage on 50 is actually the right way to look at this. I think we should be looking at it as if you're coming from Lake Dot from downtown, and I think it could be a really neat amenity for the city. That's my time. That's what I have to say. But I have a lot of markups in my book because.
Yes.
You know, I think before we do any approvals, I would be requesting that staff, like, prepare and present some kind of ordinance for food trucks and food trailers, so we have some kind of guidelines to go by, as opposed to, you know, like, you're all hearing these negatives that are coming out. So we need, you know, I don't think I'm an expert on food trucks, so I don't know what we need to get, but I think staff, you know, they could prepare and present some kind of ordinance, and then it wouldn't even come to us, it would just, fine, it's done. Instead of coming to us, you know, and we're trying to answer questions that we really don't have the power to answer.
But they've been through this process already.
They know.
Where is obviously you have this trailer now, right? And it's being utilized where?
Nowhere.
So you just decided to buy a trailer and just maybe have it work? Or not?
No.
You're an entrepreneur.
As a matter of fact, we've been doing this for the past over 6 to 7 years now. Okay, so it's not anything new. Yes, we had the trailer in storage, okay, and we have the property there, and the only thing that's going to be there is just our trailer. Okay, serving the best Maryland crab cake.
Yes.
So about the porta potty, so you're gonna have a porta potty, how is that going to work?
I'm sorry,
Porta potty, you're gonna have a porta potty there?
Yes,
How's that
porta
going
potty.
to work?
Yes. Well, the porta potty is, it fits underneath the counter, okay? And you can either take it out, you know, to use it. It seals off any type of waste, anything like that. That's gonna be toward the back of the trailer, away from the food, and you push it back under the counter.
I think the porta potty they're referring to is only for their use, because this is a carry-out
It's only for
service,
our
so
use.
people won't be on the
And see,
facility.
and we're gonna, you know, where we have the trailer in storage, we will empty it and clean it every day.
It will not be stationary.
Yeah.
It will be portable. It will be moved every day.
Right.
It will be dumped, fresh water provided, and stored at our storage facility, which is off of Red Good Game Parkway.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for clarifying that. That was going to be a question I had about the porta potty. With the lighting, so the lighting that will be required if you're operating after dusk, does that lighting come down when you pull the trailer out, or is that lighting staying there?
No, we've already contacted Duke Energy and have a work order for lighting.
For a pole?
Yes.
So that'll be something that will be permanent there, that we don't have to worry about, like some sort of temporary thing that could be vandalized or stolen or
Right.
things like that. Okay. Because I think that was one of the concerns that was brought up about that, is what happens with like the restroom and the lighting after you're not there. But we've got clarity on the restroom. It's not a public restroom.
Right.
And the lighting would be affixed into the ground.
We fix lighting for all night.
Okay. Is there currently any stormwater management on the property right now?
Not to my knowledge.
I don't know if that's a staff question or
I'll have to let the engineer talk.
yeah.
He's one.
And then staff, if you have input too, if you.
Not that staff is aware, it's unimproved at this moment.
Okay. You have anything to add?
I would agree. There's no stormwater. It's a vacant property. And
Okay.
as noted earlier, we're going to have a dry pond.
Yeah.
Geotech's needed. The size of it needs to be determined, and we're going to conform with the city of Clermont and also St. John's requirements.
Right.
The gravel that was mentioned, that will be this runoff that's associated with that will be conveyed to the stormwater pond.
Okay.
Whether it's sheet flow or by inlets.
Thank you. And my other question then for staff would be, for the drainage, we've heard some comments about what's being proposed versus, say, a concrete pad. and runoff. Is it staff's opinion or information that these types of materials that are being proposed would be better for runoff than having more completely impervious, like a concrete slab out there?
So gravel would be considered impervious just as the concrete slab.
Okay.
So it would basically be the same.
Okay. So there's no difference between the concrete pad or the gravel that's being proposed in here in terms of runoff?
No.
But all of that, regardless, would go to the new stormwater retention area?
Correct.
That's being proposed as a part of the plan?
Correct.
Okay. Those are my only questions. With regard to the comment that Councilmember Peterson made about standards and so forth, I agree. In fact, I think, when this came up, there was a food truck park that was proposed out by Flippers Pizza and BJ's a couple of years ago, and I think we kind of missed our opportunity to address something there. With regards to some standards, but also we had this come up with further up the road on 50. There's another little mini food truck park, if you will, that was approved by P&Z and by the council. And so while I agree that there needs to be some standards put in place, I don't think that we should penalize an individual for essentially not having that in place. And so I think we should move forward with this. I agree with Councilmember Strange's points that she's made. And also with Councilmember Peterson to say, look, we've got to get something in place here because the piecemeal piece is not working, and I don't want to get to a point where we have to penalize someone because of the piecemeal piece. I don't think that's just on us for them. I think the other piece of that I hear from brick and mortar folks is that, when they open, they pay impact fees, or when they build, and when food trucks come in, they don't. And so I think maybe a part of that needs to be what kind of equity, does there need to be some parity and equity there at some point in the future for new food truck businesses or new food truck parks? Should there be some sort of impact fees associated with that to kind of make sure we have an equitable level field out there? But I don't think that we should impose those things on a particular item that's before us here today.
I agree with you. I think we should have some type of fee to make it fair for the brick and mortar and, the food trucks, but not at this time. But we do need to have an ordinance on this because this piecemeal, yeah.
Well, I think if I'm not mistaken, Kirk, we have been working on an ordinance for food truck in the past. We kind of dropped off there with changeover of the people, so it has been working. Ms. Strange, CUP. If we issue this CUP, I don't think we need to be temporary at a CUP, because if they're not meeting the guidelines and the orders establishing it, we can always pull a CUP. Okay, so we don't need to have to worry about being a temporary CUP. I think maybe, I don't know, I have trouble hearing sometimes, but I thought I heard somewhere about somebody questioning the staff on their work and their findings and everything. I totally trust our staff, and I think they did due diligence in running this through process and everything, and detrimental to the public. I think I heard you say that in your presentation, that it did not present any detriment. Okay, and of course, I think the online person online was questioning all that. I'm sorry, I got to support my staff, and I always think they do great work, and they've been doing this a long time, and it bothers me sometimes when I hear people question about the work of our staff and everything. I think we got great staff around here, and we need to always support them. That's basically all I got. I have no problem with this, because we got another food truck I set up on this council when we authorized the other food lot right up the road, less than a mile away or so. It's not one food truck, it's 3 food trucks in there. And guess what? They switching over every week, look like, and I've even been in there a couple of times, so, but I do agree, we do need to go ahead and continue our ordinance. Kirk, get on there and try to see if we can't get the ordinance figured. So I entertain a motion if there's no further discussion.
I need some follow-up from a logistical or technical standpoint, and Christian, if you're on the phone, you'll probably be one that will need to answer this in case the city manager can. As I look through the actual ordinance that's proposed on page 250, Section 1, paragraph 11. Again, I think that because this is drafted as if it's a building, we're treating it like it's a brick and mortar. I would like to see paragraph 11 be limited to 6 months, not a 2-year start, rather than I'd like to see this active. If they're gonna do it, I want them to do it right away. I do want a legal determination before this is final on whether a food trailer qualifies as an open-air food truck establishment. I don't know that we have definitions for that, so I want to make sure that we've properly defined that somewhere, even if it's just in this ordinance. On paragraphs 2, 5, 6, 7, there's references to the city's code, and I worry that our code doesn't anticipate this, so I want to this isn't really for you as much as it is the attorney. I want to make sure that if the code doesn't truly anticipate these issues, that it's in the ordinance itself, the language of what these things mean. If we say we're going to comply with the trash is disposed of in accordance with the city code, and this is going off-site, I just want to make sure Christians looking at this, that we're all comfortable with the language of it. Paragraph 8 refers to if the parking at the site is deemed to be inadequate. My question would be, by whom? Who makes that determination that it's inadequate? I don't necessarily want to, my vote would not be to restrict their operations to 4 days a week. Not necessarily opposed to the times, but what if they wanted to be a breakfast joint? Do we really care if they're open during normal business hours? Do we want to say 4 days a week? Again, this is a CUP. I remain of the opinion that we should put a period of time on this for all the reasons we've discussed, not the least of which is we don't have an existing code that anticipates this. I'm concerned about the justice of the appearance, that we're avoiding the code on setting up a permanent structure. If it's working, they can come back. I'm willing to talk about 3 years jumps out at me. I'm willing to go up to 5. But something to where there is kind of a trial period, not to rub, I don't want to rub anyone the wrong way. This is the first time we've done this one. And I think that as we go through the comprehensive plan, these questions will be addressed and we can formalize this for more permanent. But I'm open to a temporary fix. I'd like Christians to look at those items that we talked about, those definitions, to make sure they're properly defined. I would want to amend, in fact, I'll make a motion to approve item number 12 with amendments to paragraph 11 to reduce the period of time to begin to 6 months, to expand the hours of operation to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week, and to identify if the parking is deemed to be inadequate by the city manager, then it can come back to council. And with a 3-year time limit.
This is Christian. Can I address some of those things?
Sure. Do we want a second first so that we've done that?
Do I have a second?
Right, we didn't have time.
Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 12 with the stated amendments. Any further discussion? Who? Oh, yeah, Christian, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. Yeah, this was, it's me. So, yes, Councilmember Strange, I am actually paying attention, believe it or not. So in response to some of your concerns, I think the reason why this is my perspective, the reason why we like to put items 2, 5, 6, 7 in there that say they will comply with certain provisions of the code is so that if there is a violation, it provides the council a fairly easy method for revoking the CUP in the future, and they're on notice. We don't have to say, well, you didn't know, although it is true that, of course, even if we didn't have those things in there, they would have to follow all other provisions of the city code. In section 8, I think you raised an interesting point, but it is implied that it's city staff without saying that it's city staff that they'll determine that. And of course, you have the final say as the city council in determining whether staff is right about that, for the purposes of revoking. As far as I know, the Florida Department of Agriculture does not define this as an open-air food establishment. It's called a mobile food establishment. And I don't know all the details of the regulations that the Department of Agriculture has on these things. All I can tell you is that it's not considered open air, it's considered mobile. So anyways, that's all I have to say about the issues that you raised.
Do you need to, Christian, do you need to look over this ordinance and make sure you're happy with the language, that it's compliant with the mobile statute?
I am happy with it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I think we covered all the questions along the way.
Yeah.
I couldn't write so fast, but anyway, we do have a motion and a second on the floor for approval of item number 12 with stated amendments.
Yeah.
Is there any further discussion?
I agree with several, but I don't agree with a couple of the others. We didn't even ask if they can have this ready in 6 months, and we give CUPs 2 years. So I think we at least ought to ask if we're going to change that now on you at the 11th hour. Does that even work with what you have in plans, and can staff even accommodate that through the approval process?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. I actually wanted to bring that up. So we do need to get state permits, St. John's, and all appropriate permits. The time to achieve that seems possible, but I would ask for a little bit longer than 6 months.
Okay.
To break ground.
Okay.
Probably, maybe 9 months.
Okay.
Just to give a little cushion there, but we still have to go through state permits.
Okay.
So you want to do a year instead?
Year's a long time.
I
Well-
was under the impression she was referring to 6 months after they began operation.
No, 6 months.
To
So the
start
permit
construction.
will become null and void if substantial work is not begun within 6 months
months,
of issuance of the CUP.
And he's saying he needs 9 months.
So he's saying 9 months. I'm okay with 9 months if he's okay with 9 months. We start
So
getting to a year and,
Well, my thing is because state can move slow, so that's my concern. So if they need more time just to come back, but you say 9 months, that's why I say 12 months, because bureaucracy. I mean, nothing moves fast.
Yeah, and that's part of my point. If I can have the floor back, that I don't. I mean, again, we're just arbitrarily putting timelines out there to make business harder for people, and I don't understand that. And I know it's new, but staff was the other CUP or was the other food truck, was that a CUP that we did at the real estate agency?
Yes.
And was that given 2 years? What was the timeline on that?
No timeline.
Well, they had everything already established.
Well, I
So that's the difference. It's kind of
Yeah.
apples to oranges.
That's correct.
Okay.
It was already, the fence was already in place, the
Yeah.
light was in place, the power was in place.
Yeah,
Okay.
everything was in
So
place.
I get that they're not brick and mortar, but I think we have to be reasonable and say whenever anyone starts a new business, that we ought to treat them equitably
Yeah.
and not treat them differently based off of what type that business is. And if our standard is 2 years to allow a CUP to happen, we should allow that for this. I don't see this to be any different to need to shorten that time period for that. I like the idea of giving them the 7 days and the 8 to 10. It gives more flexibility and opportunity. And that allows them, the free market, to decide whether or not that's supported or not. I agree with the city manager, or I'm sorry, the city attorney about whether or not parking. I think correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Henschel, but that language about parking, if it's not deemed to be adequate, that's pretty much standard language we have on things like that, and
Yes.
it's always staff who makes that
correct.
call.
Technically, it would be documented by code enforcement.
Right,
That's-
right. So I don't know that we need to get into the weeds too much on that. And also then for the 3-year time limit, again, the CUP process allows us to pull a CUP regardless. So I don't think we should put an arbitrary time limit on the CUP. So I can't support it as amended. There's pieces of it I like, but just there's some restrictions and burdens that we're putting in there that I think are unnecessary. Hopefully, we can vote that down and maybe have this be a little less restrictive in a final product.
Councilmember, may I add a suggestion? So on the timeline, that initial 6 months or 9 months or whatever council decides on, we can also add the language as continuing in good faith. So as long as they're continuing in good faith, that can be expanded by staff. But if they're just sitting still and nothing's going on, then a time frame could cut it off. But as you mentioned, sometimes government can be a little bit slow in the processing. So I think as long as they're continuing in good faith, that's an option that you can use
I like
on
that.
a time frame.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Now-
since so much discussion has occurred, is it possible to have a few minutes of public comment again?
Oh, he's closing.
No, I've closed public comment, ma'am. But if I have a council with 3 council members says yes, I have no problem with it.
Okay.
I move to give Ms. Kyle 1 minute public comment.
I'm sorry.
1 minute public comment. I make a
One
motion.
minute.
That's fine.
That's fine, 1 minute.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will say I own property that's only 2 blocks away from here. I own 3 pieces of downtown property. I have absolutely no problem with doing this. You're kind of talking about approving it one way or the other today, but you also talked about how you're putting, the way it's set up right now, you're going to put an undue burden on these folks. And I agree with that. You know, food trucks everywhere typically don't have to worry about so many of these different things that we're putting on them, and I think it would be better to put less things on them and to try to make it more
Easier.
comparable to what other food trucks are all over the country and the one on Highland Avenue and Highway 50, because Lake Dot has been basically kind of just a dumping ground for 60 years.
Wow.
And it's going to be improved no matter what, especially if we're going to be doing a park there and everything.
Yes.
So whatever, I think retention is a great idea, but I don't think that we should ask them to go overboard. What they need is a parking space, just like every other food truck has. And that's basically what I would like to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me add, now that I understand, I misunderstood your 6 months and everything, because, and I don't agree with that, because mostly we usually give people 2 to 3 years to do things. And we brought up the other food truck area over there, and yes, they was already set up, I guess, to remind you all, they was operating illegally. They was operating food trucks and everything over there before they even came in to get approval, so there was no timeline set on them. I agree if we're gonna do this, and I mean, I don't think there need to be a timeline on this, because if they never set it up, then it just never gets set up. You know, it goes away. It's gonna eventually have to fall off the books if you don't do it something in a certain amount of time anyway, so. This 6 months is trying to put rush them to do things there with permitting and everything, so I think we need to extend that if we're gonna do it, okay?
Well, this is a conditional use permit, so
Yes.
this is not a use by right.
Right.
So I think it's exciting what they're doing, but the purpose of it being exciting is to get people excited to go downtown. And so when they're not building a commercial building, they're bringing out a food trailer. And I can't support a long period of time. I would vote no for that. I would like to see this move forward quickly. Their engineer has said he thinks 9 months is good. I'll amend my motion to say 9 months up to a year with staff's approval if it's determined by staff that the applicant is moving forward in good faith. I will amend my motion to remove the specific reference to the city manager to keep our standard language in paragraph 8. Otherwise, maintaining the 8 to 10, 7 days a week, and the 3 years on the CUP. I see this as a test. I'm not looking for them to make a massive investment. I'd like to see them test it out. Let's see how this goes, and then we revisit it. They already have the equipment. They're ready to go. They're excited. I'm excited for them. That's my motion. Thank you.
Okay, have a amendment to the motion with added amendments in a second, okay. Is there any further discussions? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 4-1.
I'm sorry, I voted aye.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I voted aye.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
5-0.
Let's activate that park.
I did.
Well, I
Have
said
fun.
all opposed.
I know, it was before, I couldn't get the words out.
I said all opposed, and he said aye, so.
Sorry.
I have to say one thing before I leave. We intend to beautify that corner. Right now, it's a dark spot. We intend to beautify it as we cultivate the land, put up the shrubbery. We're going to make Clermont proud.
I think that lake is a great
Thank you.
opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item number 13 is for consideration of the Lake County Disc Golf Event request at Lake Hiawatha Preserve. Wow, that's a mouthful.
Good afternoon, Brian Foreman, Parks and Recreation Director. For clarification, this request for council approval is only for completion of the remaining landscaping work and installation of a temporary second golf course at Hiawatha Preserve. Events and park usage have historically been approved at the staff level, therefore event approval is not part of the requested council action. Landscaping work, primarily consisting of mowing and trimming, has occurred in the area of the proposed temporary disc golf course. The work done to this point has been inspected and found to be acceptable in that no permanent landscape altering actions have been observed. If approved by council, any future work would be part of a detailed plan approved by staff prior to work beginning. Additionally, if work is performed by an outside entity, they must provide a valid certificate of insurance. Any baskets and tee boxes installed for a temporary second golf course would be removed by May 24. The nature of any approved landscaping work would be temporary, with growth expected to leave little or no long-term evidence that the course existed. Staff recommends approval of a temporary second disc golf course at Hiawatha Preserve for the 2026 spring season, including completion of staff-approved landscaping work necessary for course creation.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item, come on the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. It'll be fun.
Hello, Council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Matt Knight. I'm a resident of Eustis, Florida, but I am the president of the Lake County Disc Golf Club. We submitted various documents about this item, which we hope you've had sufficient time to review. I would just like to say that this temporary disc golf course would be a tremendous benefit for us running the 2026 United States Masters Disc Golf Championships event, making Clermont a focal point of this national event that will bring 500 players and their families to the area. We have a dedicated community of volunteers to help us make this event a success. We have a number of people here today in support of this event, and to save the council's time, I would just like to ask them to stand in support. Thank you, council.
That's very considerate. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sandy Gapin. I live in the reserve at Lost Lake. I know, okay, sorry. Lake Hiawatha Preserve was purchased as a protected nature preserve and a passive park. The front area is a beautiful park, very well maintained by the grounds department, and it has like the playgrounds, the dog parks, the Champion Point disc golf course, and then there's a walking trail that goes around the whole park, and it goes back around the protected wildlife conservation area. And so I just wanted to say a wildlife preserve is a protected area of land designated to conserve biodiversity, offering a safe habitat for wild animals and the plants, and it forms a natural ecosystem. There's a big difference between a park with trees versus a wildlife protected preserve, which is what Hiawatha Preserve was originally designated for. A preserve is made up of all sorts of shrubs and bushes and even the dead trees, and they become the homes and habitats to all different kinds of ground animals. When I first heard about the golf course, I heard it was going to be a temporary 9-hole disc golf course back on the fields in the back area. And I wasn't happy, but I mean, that's life. I would have been fine with it. But I became distraught, saddened, and angry when I saw that the destruction of the actual wildlife preservation protected areas. And to destroy the wildlife areas for one competition, to me, is madness. I don't understand that. The large competitions have been held at Champions Point every year, and they never needed to destroy the wildlife part of the park. The competition will continue at Champions Point even if you say no to this. The competition will the competitors will still come to Clermont, and they'll still stay at our hotels, and they'll still eat at our restaurants and still shop at our stores. The city of Clermont itself will not be affected if you say no to this. If you approve this, the wildlife preserve will be destroyed. The animals will be displaced, the habitats will be ruined. Instead of being a protected preservation, it'll be another disc golf course. Once they plow it down and the roots are gone, it's not going to come back very quickly. And then I also would like you to consider money, liability, what funding will be used for this course. The city already pays $2,000 a month to maintain the Champions Point and the back fields. How much will it cost to maintain an additional course, even if it's just for a few months? How will it affect other departments such as grounds? Okay. Anyway, just to kind of sum it up,
Finish
please.
up.
Okay. A large portion of the preserve has been already cleared, but if, as right now, you say no to this, the roots have not been destroyed and they will grow back if there's no more foot traffic there. The competition will continue in Champions Point and our town will still benefit. So please say no to any additional disc golf courses and keep our preserve safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Ben Champion. I live in 15012 Collie Drive in Tavares, Florida. I am an officer of the Lake County Disc Golf Club, but I also am the owner and operator of an environmental resources company called 123 Environmental. We do wetlands delineation and gopher tortoise surveys all over Lake County and nearby. There were no gopher tortoises harmed or any wildlife harmed in preparing this temporary course. There were no trees cut down. Many of the bushes that were removed were invasive species, exotic invasive species such as Caesar's weed, air potato, and others. Your own staff has reported to you that there's no permanent damage or any damage, no permanent modifications to the course. The woman who spoke before me stated there was plowing or would be plowing. There is no plowing and there is no plan for any plowing. There's no damage going to be made to roots. And this course is going to provide an opportunity for 500 disc golfers and their families to come to your community and participate, stay in your hotels and restaurants and so forth. She indicated there would be no impact if this was turned down, but that's not true. We need a certain number of courses to host the event. The event was bid on by the Greater Orlando Sports Commission. City of Clermont participates in that indirectly because Lake County is a member of the Greater Orlando Sports Commission. So this would be a major problem for the event that we've worked so hard to bring to this city and to bring to the county and bring tourism, sports tourism revenue. Half of the money spent to build the Lake Hiawatha Disc Golf Course that exists now was paid for by Lake County Sports Tourism just for events such as this. And she indicated concerns about money. The city has not agreed to put in any money. There's no funding required by the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rosie Mulholland. I live at 10240 Lake Mineola Shores, which is right across the street from Lake Hiawatha Preserve. I partially moved to where I moved because the trail is there and Lake Hiawatha Preserve is there. We are, along with Sandy, we are daily users of the park, which we love dearly. As another point of history, because I have been in Clermont for a while, my profession is as a wildlife biologist, and I actually wrote for the city for free, as a good city citizen, I wrote part of the Florida Communities Trust grant that acquired the Inland Grove property as an expert biologist for the city. As part of that FCT grant, FCT has kind of a two-pronged deal. Department of Environmental Protection, they do recreation, but they also want to preserve natural areas. So I have a lot of concerns that the changes, although they might be temporary, but I have issue with the definition of temporary, that it'll cause a further decline on what was the natural areas that were being left on that piece of property as part of the original proposal. So the current golf course, the 18 holes, it's very well managed, but as far as a wildlife perspective is concerned, that entire course has been declining as far as its wildlife value is concerned. And that's because there's so much underbrushing. It's basically a tree canopy. There's no understory anymore. So if these new 18 holes are truly going to be temporary, so I would challenge the city to hold it to temporary and set definitions of temporary so that it can grow back. I would also encourage the city, because it was kind of the intent of the grant, which is a long time ago now, but the intent of the grant was to manage that wildlife habitat out there. The city has not done a great job of that. As mentioned, there's invasives, and the mowing mowed them down. It doesn't take them away. They're still there. There could be a lot to manage that habitat and make it better wildlife habitat, which kind of was the two-prong intent of that grant. So I don't know if I'm encouraging you to say no. Say no with caveats, I guess, or yes with caveats.
I move to give the speaker 2 more minutes. I see her as an expert, and with her background in history, I would really like to hear from her. Can I get a second?
Do you have more to say?
I thought she was the
Are you
But I did have
Is
one
this
que-
a trick question?
No, I find you.
No,
I'm
but I
hoping
did
Should
to
I
hear
just say
from you.
yes? I have more to say.
I had one question for you, though. I have a question for you as
Okay.
an expert. I heard
Okay.
you say it's a
My
lot of
bad.
invasive. I heard the gentleman speak about invasive. A lot of stuff that was moved out there was invasive. And you said, yes, it was invasive, and which,
Oh, and it's still there. You have some.
It's still-
you,
well-
you have wonderful category 1, which are the worst of the worst
Okay.
invasive species in the park, which the city doesn't do anything to control them.
well, that was going back to another part. You said the city hadn't been controlling, so them removing all this invasive stuff for temporarily, because it's gonna grow back.
They're just mowing it down with a bush hog. It's
But
not
that-
going away. And
that's
and I'm not trying to nitpick about the mowing. It's just spreading the seeds over more places. So, mowing actually kind of exacerbates the invasive problem, but the invasive problem isn't being addressed anyways, which I think is a fault of the city, not the golf
And
course.
I guess that's the point I'm trying to get at, is the fact that they did get rid of some of, well, they mowed it down, but I understand it used to be in landscaping somewhat myself. I understand invasive, it's just gonna come back if you.
It
it's
is
kinda
gonna
hard to
come
get rid
back
of,
bigger and better.
It's
It
hard to
hasn't
get
gone
rid of.
anywhere. It's just shorter.
Okay.
And it's got more light,
But,
which the seeds that are there will actually germinate better. But the point is, there is no plan. The city's not doing anything to control the invasives that have been there all along. And this is a temporary mowing down of some of them. But, some of the original golf course was temporary too, and I think that was a trial, and it became permanent. So my concern as a long-term resident is that temporary doesn't turn into a 36-hole golf course, which will basically take the majority of the property and turn it into a single use. Now, not a single use meaning I can't walk my dog there, or I can't go to the dog park, or I can't go to the playground, but it doesn't fit the original intent of that property. And it is the only property in Clermont, pretty sure I'm right on this, for a city park that has a significant natural area. Everything else is very developed. So you've got something really special at Hiawatha, that's all, and I think you should be protective of it. whatever language that takes, I think it should be protective.
So my question, and the reason why I wanted more time, and I will ask the applicant representative from the Disc Golf Association to answer some questions too. I'm hearing you say two things, so I want to get clear, and thank you for coming and for participating and providing your experience. It's very valuable to us.
It's my neighbor.
We want to make a good decision too. I'm hearing you say we can do a better job in the maintenance of the wildlife preserve, and that there are steps that the city needs to take in order to do that in the future, no matter what we do today.
Yep.
Am I hearing you correct?
That's correct.
And then I'm also hearing you say that the installation of a temporary course will not, in the long term, harm the preserve, so long as we take the steps to do the proper preservation. But I'd like first of all, if I'm hearing you wrong,
No, I
clarify.
think that's correct. It is mowing, and as long as temporary is really defined as temporary, and I heard everything is going to be pulled out on May 4th, so that's a time certain. And, you may have other restrictions as far as driving and those kinds of things that would compact things more. Yeah, I think it will come back.
So
And it could be managed way better, or managed at all, really.
I have two questions for you related to that. One is, because I'm going to ask the applicant a follow-up question, so I'm curious, in your experience, what would you define as temporary in this sense? Like, if we host this event, and I'm going to be excited about hosting it, so I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm.
If we host this event, what would you say is a period of time that it could stay in its current cleared status without ultimately destroying that wildlife preserve? What would you call temporary?
Well, they said all the baskets would be removed, or the city representative said they're all going to be removed by May 4th. So I would really hold them to May 4th, heck or high water. May 4th is May 4th, no extensions, and it's all gone. And it put back as well as you can. You can't unmow it, but you can, if you do ground disturbing activities because you drove there with a truck or whatever, you can rake things like that out. So just define what the city wants to see as the end product, and then just hold the deadline.
And I received a number of emails on this, and so please
Sure
excuse
you
me.
did.
Are you one of the folks who might have emailed that I might have your contact information?
No, I decided to come in person
Okay,
because
well,
there's way too much
Well, thank you.
emailing.
My second question would be, would you be willing to be a resource for this council and the staff on
Yes.
getting this back to where it should be and helping
Sure.
us do better for the preserve?
Sure,
in the
I've already
future?
done that for you guys once, so
Well, I
I
heard you
will
say
do it
that,
again.
So, give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much.
Sure.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
And I think I heard May 24th is the date.
May-
Is that of a
May
concern?
4th.
May 4th. Now, did I say 24th? I thought I heard May 4th, but
Okay, so it's February, March, April, May. If we go 3 to 6 months, is that too long? What is that's why I'm looking for what is.
what did I get was that the date
June
of the
1st.
event? When was the event?
Yeah, if we say June 1st, it's out.
It's ours. It's gotta be gone.
May 7th to 10th was the event, so
Yeah. So if they have it out by the end of May, do you feel like we can get it back to a state that's a better state at that point?
well, I would hope so. You have to put the requirements on them.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, but from a natural, from an environmental standpoint.
From what's been done out there and adding the baskets, yes, I would say that's reasonable. You'll hear from
Thank you.
other folks whether it is or not. Thank you, guys.
for coming
Appreciate
and
it.
participating. And then
Thank you, ma'am.
my question for the applicant is,
We still have public comment, yes.
oh, we do.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Is there anyone else? This is public forum. Anyone else in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I thought she was coming. Well, if not, I'm gonna close the in-house portion, and we'll give me a minute, sir. And I'll go to online. We got one online. The person online, go ahead, please. Do they hear me? They still there?
Yeah, this is Christian. He's trying to get it to work.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, he's in California, he is working, right?
Unfortunately, yes, Mayor.
So, are they just down, or are they trying to come back online, or what, Wayne?
They're just saying they're not just working, so we move on.
That's what I was gonna say. Well, we're gonna close public comment. However, if they ever get up, let me know. We'll go ahead and listen to what they have to say. We'll close public comment in other ways, though. But I think Ms. Stranger had a comment.
Yes, my question is, do you anticipate, I hope the answer is yes, do you anticipate that we might get more events of this magnitude here in Clermont, that we might need a long-term solution to the expanded course? Or is this a one-time deal, or do you think we might get more?
You mean in terms of the size of the event? Like, will we have more events of this size in the future, possibly, after hosting this one?
Where the second course is desirable or necessary?
Possibly. I mean, in terms of like doing it again as a temporary course. It would just depend on whether or not we have other events in the future. I mean, we've used Champions. Excuse me. We've hosted 2 annual events at Champions Point every year. One of them in November being one of the larger events that we've hosted annually. And this is, a national event that we're hosting with a national organization. Should we host another national event with them? It's certainly a possibility. I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, the club's only grown, and us hosting this event is an indication of how much the club has grown. And we were awarded this event after bidding on it because of the experience that we've had hosting successful events. So.
And in your sport, what different age categories are there where nationals are held? Like, is there 10U, 18U?
Oh, yeah. So the PDGA is the national organization, and they host, I think it's 11 majors every year. So there's the Amateur Worlds Championship, which is, basically any age division, but there is a separate Junior Worlds, Junior US competition. So there's like a junior division of this tournament. We're currently hosting the Masters event, which is the 40 up. And then there's also obviously the standard US Pro event, which is kind of always held in South Carolina, but Pro Worlds is an event that travels around as well.
And there was conversation earlier about needing 4 courses, and we have 2 courses. And as a event organizer, does it help you to have 2 courses in the same city, or do they need to be 2 courses side by side?
I mean, having 2 courses side by side, as in the proposed, for this particular event would be hugely beneficial, just because not only we have the 4th course that allows the event to happen, but having the course on the same property as Champions Point. In this particular event, there's 4 days of competition, and in the 4th day, there's a cut so that all players will be on 2 courses. And so what that would mean is that the final day of competition, the entire event would be taking place at Lake Hiawatha Preserve in Clermont, rather than having part of it here and then part of it in another part of the county.
So if we were, not for this event, but in the
Correct.
long term, in the desire to preserve the preserve, if there was another disc golf course here in Clermont, so Clermont could still host
Yes.
for future bids,
Yes.
does that make for a desirable location, or?
Yes. I mean, an additional course somewhere in Clermont is what you're saying? Yeah. That would be, we would be using that course instead of working on a temporary course
Okay, that's
to host the event.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
100%. More courses in Clermont would only allow us to hold more events here and get more people in Clermont.
And a final question,
Yes.
there's talk about this being temporary, but my experience of these structures is they're made of metal and they've got chain coming from the top to the bottom.
Mhm.
Is there a potential that these structures would stay and just the course would, the natural preserve would come up around it, or are you actually taking
0%
structures
chance,
out?
yeah.
Okay.
So the disc golf basket will be, there's basically like a metal sleeve that we sit in concrete in like a 5-gallon bucket, and that gets buried to the ground, and then the disc golf basket would go into the sleeve and gets locked to the sleeve, right? So it can't be removed or vandalized. And at the end of the event, all of that we would be taking all of that out.
You take it all out.
Yeah, that's like we wouldn't essentially leave no trace in that area when the event is over.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Foreman, I think you said what we're actually doing here is not approving whether or not the event can take place. It's to say that we would support by our vote any additional temporary landscaping work through approval of city staff.
Correct.
That's really what our vote of yes or no is.
Correct.
Okay. And is there someone who is the actual spokesperson for the event that I have some questions for?
It was just
Okay. Well, hey, that's not who the person was that was in all the correspondence, and so I didn't want to make the assumption that you're the only person, but there was another name that was mentioned that was doing work, and I just wanted to make sure that we have the right person that we're asking for.
Okay.
Okay.
I can answer questions.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Thank you. Why was the work done without permission?
The Lake County Disc Golf Club would never have begun this project or done anything out on that preserve if we didn't think that we did have clear permission.
Okay.
I was in communication with folks at the city, and our understanding was that we did have permission.
So you specifically asked to do landscaping work, and you got a yes from city staff?
Correct, yes.
And you have documentation of that? Because that's not what our city staff is saying.
I have documentation that we discussed the boundary, like the design of the course, like the boundary of the park. I have documentation that we requested, like, are we okay to design, like, to begin this course without city council approval? Because we thought initial conversations was that we would have to have city council approval. And I have an email that was indicated that we did not have to have city council approval. And I have emails where we discussed bringing a bush hog out onto the property. I have an email where city staff is, asking us if we're cutting down trees out there, which would indicate that we're doing work, which, we weren't obviously cutting down trees. I have other emails that indicate similar things.
Yeah, because I think my biggest concern here is whether or not permission was given for work that was done. Because whether it's temporary or permanent, the permission piece of it is central for me. And the city staff is saying there was never any permission granted to do landscaping work. Otherwise, that would have had to come before us, because the administrative decision by city staff to host an event, that's a Parks Department purview. We would not get involved with that. But the actual altering, whether temporary or permanent, would be something that would require permission. To me, I kind of look at it as if I'm a contractor and I put a hole in someone's wall that I didn't ask them to put that wall, whether it's temporary or permanent. I put a hole in their wall. That's going to damage the trust and the integrity of what I'm doing. And so my concern is that staff is saying nothing was given, no permission was given. And I'd like staff to reply to that with regard to, we have the folks saying that there was permission given. It's my understanding it wasn't. To me, that's a central piece here, is because we wouldn't be here necessarily if permission was asked and it would have came before the council to grant that permission up front.
And that's correct. James Mayworm, Assistant Director of Public Services. So Matt, somebody else from the organization, people from city staff, we met sometime in the summer. I don't remember specifically, on site. Lots of conversations were had about potential course. At that time, they identified they had other courses in Lake County. They weren't really 100% certain they were going to ask to build a temporary course or anything else like that. So we had discussions about over-maintaining the existing course, that we were mowing too much and not leaving enough barrier between holes. I asked Matt to send me a plan of the existing course because I did not have that, and I asked him to identify those areas that he didn't want us to mow. Sometime in September, Matt correctly asked permission to begin designing the new course. We agreed, and that led to a lot of stakes being put out there, ribbons around trees and everything else, and that's terrific. There was an email late December in which Matt identifies and says, I want to bring a bush hog out to start mowing, and that was a point in which we started to ask questions internally, what's going on? And we never answered the email, we never told him, yes, go ahead and do this.
Okay.
And so that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. And I don't want to get too much into the weeds of like, this side said this side said that. I'm not trying to pit people against each other, but for understanding the perspective that I think this really boils down to, if staff wanted to grant permission, they would have essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, you would have had to come to the city council for that permission.
It was something that when we met, we discussed and said, you may have to go to city council to get permission for what you're discussing. Part of that was in fact to their desire to close the park, which we rejected out of hand and said, no, this is a public park, you can't close it. So, in our world, there's step by step process. When the organization asked for permission to design the course, that seems very logical to me, because when I present something or bring something to council, what's that going to look like? I can't tell you. I need to see what your layout is. So absolutely, please design it. Tell us what we're doing. If any of that was misconstrued, I can't answer that question. But certainly the intent to staff was not to just tally-ho permit anything that's going on out there. I mean, fortunately, it's mowing, and as we've heard from other people, that'll all come back, and there isn't really any permanent damage that we've found.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think, I know you asked, 20 experts what work has been done, and you're probably going to get a variety of answers, and experts would probably tell you that. And so I can't justify that one way or the other, but, of course I want to see our recreation facilities be utilized and promote the use of that. I want those economic dollars here in Clermont. But I think we do have an obligation to recognize that a process is there for a reason. And this is a preserve. It's not a park. I would hope that that's an intentional name, Lake Hiawatha Preserve, not park. That there are natural areas, whether they're overmowed, undermowed, overgrown, undergrown, it's a preserve, and our staff that we employ or that we direct the city manager to direct through their work say mow it more, mow it less. That should be what the city decides, not what a group that comes in and starts doing work and then asks for permission after, or for apologies instead of, ask for forgiveness instead of permission kind of situation. The other question I have, I guess, Mr. Foreman, if you could answer, is is this group paying any fees associated with utilizing this?
No, we don't charge fees for use of Hiawatha.
Okay. If this were in a different city park, would they be paying fees?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess from my standpoint, I would certainly think that for especially a non-resident organization, non-tax-paying citizen in Clermont organization, that that we ought to probably look at that in the future to balance that. But I'm really troubled by how we got here. This could have been completely avoided with, I think, some basic question of, do I have this permission to do this work? Yes or no?
Well, I actually see it different. So, different experts, different opinions, right? I'm actually in the tourism business. I'm an events right holder like yourselves. And I work with a lot of different cities and counties. I'm very familiar with Go Sports. I work closely with Lake County Tourism. And so here's what happens. And no, this is what happened with this group. They partnered with Greater Orlando Sports. I don't know this because they told me. I know this because this is the industry practice. So they partnered with Greater Orlando Sports. Greater Orlando Sports bid out this event to a number of different cities. We're so excited to have you here. And in that communication, a lot of times what happens is Go Sports just goes to Lake County Tourism. And then there's communications with the parks director. And this happens in every jurisdiction that I'm in. I never go before city councils for anything, even though I run the event that I run. I just don't. It's all done at the staff level. In this case, we do have a preserve. It is different, but I asked Christian a while back because I was actually contacted by another group who wanted to use Hiawatha. So I do think we want to be careful if we start charging fees for the reason I'm about to state, because we might be opening the floodgates on what happens out here, because it is a desirable place. Is when Christian sent me the deed, it talks about the purpose of this park is to use natural and passive recreational purposes, of which disc golf is kind of a great one for that. I mean, there's no balls flying through trees. I mean, I know we've got the Frisbee, but let's be real. I mean, my kids can play it, right? I don't mean anything. Please don't take it in a hard way. I was not a huge fan of disc golf when Lake County did it. I got to be honest, but I'm so thrilled you're here that I'm over it. I was wrong. So I think that it may seem weird that this happened, and I think it's an opportunity for us to learn that, you know, right now most of our parks are actually managed by Public Works. Most communities will have parks, and I don't want to take away from Public Works, and I like that we do it the way we do, but most are managed by the Parks and Recreation Department. And Parks and Recreation tends to develop a really close relationship with the tourism office. And so in this case, what we have are people who are used to doing the mowing, the trimming, the cutting, and they're saying, shoot, yeah, you want to mow for me? This sounds great. You want to clear out the invasives? Why not? And I had the reaction when I saw this, I said, what? Wait, what? You know, I did have the same kind of, how did we get here moment, but I understand how it happened. And I think it's an opportunity for all of us to learn. I would have liked to have had more notice that we were doing this. I think that if we had done more communication publicly that, hey, we won this national championship, but because it was done through Go Sports in Lake County, it didn't actually require council approval. It went to staff. So I would just like to see an over communication in the future on, hey, you've got a national championship. That's awesome. We're happy you're here. I would like to do something for you. But at the same time, how do we preserve the preserve? And in a way, you know, every conflict is an opportunity for growth and improvement. And here we've had a member of the community who has come out and said, hey, she's an expert. She clearly knows what she's talking about, and she's willing to help us not only recover from this temporary structure, but also to help us move forward to make the preserve better because we had this breakdown. It was an opportunity for a breakthrough. So I'm excited. I'm not trying to shut anyone down, but I know we are trying to move through meetings. So I'm going to move to approve item number 13. And certainly if we want to keep discussing, unless I can help, that's all I have to say on it.
Second.
With a definite removal of the course by the May 24th.
Oh, sure. I'll say June 1st. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's already in there. Okay.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you.
All right. I have a
Okay,
motion
yeah.
and a second for approval of item number 13 as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 4-1. Good luck
Welcome
with
to
the
Clermont.
tournament. Oh, I did have one question. Of course, nobody has been able to answer this one question that I never asked. Anybody determine how much economic impact we're gonna have from this event?
I can find out. That's usually one of the questions, and I know Lake County Tourism is
I
sponsoring
think
it,
that's
so
been
I
the
can get
question I've
that.
been asking, and
Yeah.
I haven't gotten that answer yet, so.
I can
Thank
get
you.
that answer for you. Thank you.
All righty, item number 14. Consideration of the Clermont Fire Department 2026 through 2030 strategic plan adoption. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Ezel, Fire Chief. Thank you for the opportunity to come up and present our strategic plan for the year 2026 through 2030. Going about 6 months ago, we got looking at our current 5-year strategic plan, which was actually designed to last through the 2026 fiscal year. And we determined that we had already exhausted the majority of that plan. And we determined that with a lot of the changes that were happening that it would be a good thing for us to go back and do the strategic planning process a year early and go ahead and get that plan in place. So in November, we sent out about 90 invitations to different community members. The plan itself is community driven, so we start with a community stakeholder meeting. We were inviting engaged citizens, business leaders, government leaders. We had some directors from the city. We had churches that we invited. Basically anybody that we could think of that had a stake in the Clermont community and did not work at the Clermont Fire Department. So that's what we were looking at to have in that first group. We had 29 respondents. We ended up with a good mix of our community. And they spent that first day about 4 hours just going through the different things, prioritizing our different programs, identifying what they liked about the fire department, what they didn't want us to change, things that they thought we should change, and just anything that would help us determine what the community expects out of us as a fire department. The following 3 days, we had an internal team that was made up of not just folks in admin, but we had firefighters in there, we had engineers, officers, so we had a mix of the department in there as well. And they spent those following 3 days taking the information from the community and then forming that into a set of goals for us to take a look at for the next 5 years. In addition to that, we also revamped our mission statement, our vision statement, as well as our value statement for the department. The one piece that you won't see in the strategic plan, there is a accompanying document that goes along with that. That's called the implementation guide. The 5 goals that are in here, they are SMART goals, which means they are specific, they are measurable, they are attainable, they're relatable, and they're time-bound. So all that detail is in the implementation guide. So the strategic plan that you're being presented with is, to kind of frame it best, it's the 50,000-foot view of what the fire department should be focused on over the next 5 years. So we think we've done a good job listening to the community. We wanted to present the plan to council, have you take a look at it, and if you agree that we've done our homework and we have captured what the community is looking for, we're asking for council to adopt the plan. Of course, if we need to go back and adjust anything, we're more than happy to have that conversation and do that. We just want to make sure it's done right, and we're putting our efforts and resources in the right direction going forward.
Okay, that's it, Chief?
Yes.
All right, this is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Joe Famasi, 2693 Jumping Jack Way. I participated in this event. I would say it was well organized. The speaker that explained the different parts of this was outstanding. I think he was a retired firefighter. There you go.
Yes.
Yeah. I can't recall his name off the thing, but very entertaining man, but at the same time very informative. I think that your fire department has done an outstanding job with this and catching everything that they needed to help plan this strategically to make it a better fire department. I appreciate what they did, and I think the chief should be thanked for putting this together. It was outstanding. I took the survey. There was other people there, and it asked very good questions, and it was a very kind of it wasn't just write down what you think. You know, there was a lot of questions, and they asked, you know, many different ways to try to get your perspective. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for letting me participate.
Anyone else? This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I close in-house. Yes, sir. We have anyone online, sir? Okay, so we are closed and bring it back to council. What say council?
I move to approve item number 14.
I second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item number 14 as presented. Any further discussion?
Just one question. I didn't see in here a review process or timeline of like periodic review or assessment, reevaluation of where you are with the plan?
The strategic plan itself, we treat as a living document.
Okay.
The goals, the objectives that are underneath each of the goals and all the tasks that are associated with those get evaluated annually.
Annual, okay.
And that's part of our program evaluation process. We do it end of year.
Okay. Thank you for this. I think it'll be very helpful, particularly for the community, but also for council in future budget conversations. Thank you.
Yep, we agree. Thank you.
I thought I saw an evaluation in here. Did I not? Anyway, I thought I saw that.
You okay, ma'am?
Yeah, I moved to approve it.
Huh?
I
Okay.
moved to approve
Yeah,
it.
well, I didn't know whether you had other questions or not.
You had something else you were gonna
Oh,
say.
sorry.
Have a motion and a second to approve, item number 14, I think it was, as presented. Any further discussion?
No,
Hearing
sir.
none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 15, ordinance number 2026-003, introduction. Yes, ma'am.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, providing for the annexation of a certain parcel of land contiguous to the present city boundaries, providing for an effective date, severability, recording, and publication.
Okay. In a motion. Done.
Move to approve intro of ordinance 2026-003.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second for approval of our introduction ordinance number 2026-003. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 16, ordinance number 2026-04, intro.
An ordinance of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, adopting the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment for the City of Clermont, Florida pursuant to the Local Government Comprehensive Planning Act, Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, setting forth the authority for adoption of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, setting forth the purpose and intent of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, providing for the adoption of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, establishing the legal status of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Move to approve intro of ordinance number 2026-004.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of intro ordinance number 2026-004. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 17, ordinance introduction for 2026-005.
An ordinance under the Code of Ordinances of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Clermont, referred to in Chapter 122 of Ordinance Number 289C Code of Ordinances, rezoning the real properties described herein as shown below, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, recording, publication, and an effective date.
Move to approve intro of ordinance number 2026-005.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 2026-005. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 18, ordinance number 2026-088, intro.
An ordinance under the Code of Ordinances of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, providing for the annexation of a certain parcel of land contiguous to the present city boundaries, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, recording, publication, and an effective date.
I make a motion to accept ordinance number 2026-008.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for intro of ordinance number 2026-008. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Item 19, ordinance number 2026-009, intro.
An ordinance of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, adopting the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment for the City of Clermont, Florida pursuant to the Local Government Comprehensive Planning Act, Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, setting forth the authority for adoption of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, setting forth the purpose and intent of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, providing for the adoption of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, establishing the legal status of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
I make a motion to approve ordinance number 2026-009.
A second.
Have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number, intro of ordinance number 2026-009. Any further discussion?
I just want to be sure there's no public comment. I don't see anybody standing up, but I just want to make sure if there is that we're giving people a chance. No. Okay, great. Let's call the question.
Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 20, ordinance number 2026-006. 2026-010 intro.
An ordinance under the Code of Ordinances of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Clermont, referred to in Chapter 122 of Ordinance Number 289C Code of Ordinances, rezoning the real properties described herein as shown below, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, recording, publication, and an effective date.
Make a motion to approve ordinance number 2026-010.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for approval of item number 20, ordinance number 2026-010. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. We will begin our report. Mr. City Manager, Mr. Van Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to remind everybody that there is a workshop for the City Council on Tuesday, February 17th. That's going to be starting at 9 a.m. Also, a few events I want to make you aware of. There's Tip a Cop tomorrow at Texas Roadhouse. That's a fundraiser for the torch run, and that's from 4 to 8 p.m. Ultraman Florida is at the Victory Point this weekend from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Downtown Wine Stroll is on Saturday, February 21st, 6:30 to 9. And there's also a 5K Honor the Fallen on Saturday, February 21st from 5:30 to 7. And I just want to make you aware, the council had approved us doing a UV transition where the water was being changed from the data we had, and our staff has worked very, very diligently to get more people transitioned over to where they need to be, and out of 7,900 people, we have 2,900 left. So they've done an excellent job transitioning people over, and they're going to continue to do that, and that's going to be spread over 4 more due dates. So we are diligently working on that. And like I said, the staff is to be commended for all their hard work and efforts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Let me ask you this. Can you give me where are we with the lights on Hook Street? Are we trying to get lights out there on Hook Street and Excalibur and all that? We gotten with Duke. I guess I need to go there and ask Mr. Waugh, because I think maybe the last time we talked about this, Mr. Waugh said he was going to get involved because.
We told them, Mr. Mayor, that was part of the prerequisite to moving forward, the franchise agreement with Duke, that they had to take care of the responsibility of our discussion. So we are waiting on them to finalize that and let them know that that franchise agreement won't move forward until we've finalized what we agreed to.
Okay.
So we're holding their feet to the fire, but they're not resisting us, but that Mr. Waugh has assured me that that's part of the negotiation.
Okay, because we still got students walking to school in the dark out there on Excalibur and Hooks, and I'm not sure, you all never came back and told me whether we actually paying for the lights that's supposed to be on Highland that haven't been there for 2 years. Everything, so that's also part of it.
They've had some issues with the techs following through on the work. When I asked the gentleman we had met with, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
and he assured me that they were going to get that work done, and apologized over and over that it had not been done yet.
Okay, and I thank you let me know yesterday, you working on the right turn lanes up at, Hancock and Citrus Tower.
Yes.
And 50 and all, so thanks for continuing work on that, and I think I asked you to do one other thing, to see if we can't get with the state to, see can't we get them to cooperate with us with buying the equipment to put the, cameras on the lights on Highway 27, so we can do something about that traffic on 27.
I did mention that to them also when I met with DOT, Mr. Mayor, so we are asking and requesting over and over.
All right, thank you, sir, appreciate that, and, we can just, I'm still getting a little heat about the kids walking to school in the dark on
We'll
Hook
continue
Street
on that.
So thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
With regards to regarding the workshop, are there any materials that we're gonna be given at the meeting that we perhaps could get prior to be prepared for? Just in terms of, I don't know what's being exactly planned for it, but if there's materials that you want us to look at, to review, if we can get that ahead of time, that would be helpful. I don't know what's being prepared.
The workshop, there's going to be 3 different parts to it. There's going to be the utility rate discussion. We're going to have the consultant come in and kind of give an overview of the utility rates. The second part, and there's really nothing to prepare a handout before that. The second part is going to be the procurement process. I know Freddie, our procurement director, has been sending you some information ahead of time just to kind of go over that. So it's just going to be a brief presentation on that. The last part of it is going to be budget overview, not necessarily budget overview, excuse me. It's kind of a pre-budget, trying to get, we're going to have you listen to the department heads that have big priority projects over the next 5 years, kind of tell you what they need over the next 5 years. Big projects, not staffing, not a truck or something like that. It's going to be big, long-term things. But mainly, we're trying to get council to give us your priorities over the next 5 years, so we can start looking at them. We'll put all the suggestions up there. Then we'll get every council member to rank their top 2 or 3, and then that'll help us start prioritizing. At the end of it, we're going to give you a list of everything that was mentioned and how they fell in the ranking system, so that when we do start the budget process, we'll have a head start on what we know is top priorities of council for the next 5 years.
Right.
Okay, thank you. And if that's the case, I think maybe, I don't know if I speak for everybody else, but if there's going to be handouts that department heads are going to give us, if they can get that to us, if we're going to be asked to be making some rankings ahead of time, it'd be nice to just look at that and not have to decide it right then and there on the spot.
And these aren't going to be very specific, so they're going to be just big ideas. So if there is anything ahead
that's
of time,
fine.
we'll get it to
Yeah,
you.
like I said, I don't know the actual agenda, but I know sometimes there's just a lot of information that's handed out at the workshops that if we could, it was clearly done ahead of time, so if we can get it ahead of time, that'd be great.
Right. Yeah, if we have anything ahead of time, we'll definitely get it to you. Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Waugh, is he still there?
Yes, I am there.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I am sorry that I'm not there, but a federal judge told me to be here tomorrow, and I've gotten in the habit of not telling federal judges no. But first of all, just a brief report about Duke Energy. We are still negotiating that, and I will tell you, I have told them that's not a negotiable issue on hooks, and they've also said they're happy to comply, but apparently haven't done anything about it. So at the end of the day, our main leverage is that they want to renew. There's a due date on that renewal, and they're going to have to do it. The second thing I wanted to talk to you about was SB 180. As you know, this has been a real big problem for local governments all across the state. There is currently a bill in the Florida legislature to significantly revise SB 180. It would do things like remove the vague language that is currently under challenge that says you can't pass something that's more burdensome, which we don't even know how to define that, right? Yeah. So they are talking about removing it. They're talking about removing the 100 miles and making it 50 miles from a hurricane disaster area. They're talking about making it apply to rebuilding instead of new buildings. So I have no idea what shape ultimately will take, or even if it'll pass or survive a governor's veto, but I wanted you to know that it is something that's under consideration in Tallahassee. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Myers.
Y'all have the slide to put up. I want to say happy Black History Month. Part of my report is I attended the MLK Parade and Celebration, and I also had the privilege of attending the opening of our Public Safety Training Center. Black History is an annual time of reflection, celebration, and education that honors history, achievements, and contributions of Black people. In the United States and Canada, it is observed in February. In the UK and Ireland, it is marked in October. It began as Negro History Week in 1926, created by historian Dr. Carter G. Woodson, who believed Black history was being ignored or erased in the mainstream education. Over time, it expanded to a full month of awareness. And I would like to highlight the achievements of Gwendolyn Sawyer Cherry. Gwendolyn Cherry was a trailblazing civil rights leader, educator, and politician from Florida. She taught science in public schools for more than 20 years in Miami, and she also served as a law professor at FAMU. She was admitted to the Florida bar in 1965, and she became the first African-American woman to practice law in Dade County. She made history on November 3rd, 1970, as the first Black woman elected to the Florida House of Representatives, representing Miami-Dade County. During her 4 terms, she introduced the Equal Rights Amendment and the Martin Luther King State Holiday. She chaired the state's Committee for International Women's Year, 1978. She served in the Florida House of Representatives from 1970 to 1979. Before and after holding office, she was deeply involved in the civil rights movement, working to improve education, housing, and opportunities for Black and marginalized communities. Her legacy lives on through institutions named in her honor, including the Gwendolyn Cherry Park and Gwendolyn Cherry Park Black Women's Lawyers Association, recognizing her impact on public service and justice. U.S. Senator Bob Graham called Gwen Cherry a champion for the rights of all people and a voice of reason. Gwendolyn Cherry didn't just make history for her moment. She widened the path so women like me could step into leadership where decisions are made. My service on the Clermont City Council is a direct continuation of that work. Proof that doors once open don't close again when someone walks through them with purpose. And I would like to ask all of my colleagues here to share one of their favorite African American contributions to our nation at our next council meeting. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Peterson.
The mayor and I and Brian were up in Tallahassee in frigid weather. But it was a good meeting. I mean, we had met with some of the congressmen, some of the senators up there, and I think we were able to get some grant money for, what is that, for looking for that crossing of 50. You know, we were talking about a bridge or a tunnel. So I think they were gonna give us like $500,000 for, to hire a consultant to do the initial investigation. So it is a step forward, and that in turn would help with the golf cart program too, because people can't really drive a golf cart, but have that population over there, and that would incentivize that too. And it was a good meeting. We also had working on the waterfront project, see if we can get monies in for that. So it was, all in all, a really good meeting. Secondly is, I had spoken to some of our local constituents here about the old the old police station. And the owner of that he's trying to seek maybe to sell it or lease it to the library, to create a library. Because I understand Sumter has closed their children's library, right?
Well, I think it's Lake County and the college together are looking to, the children being where the college kids are
Right.
is not
Right.
necessarily working as
Right,
well as
so
they
it
had
would be,
thought.
I think it would be a good fit if we could, it's not really in our purview to get, but, that would be the library association or the school board or whatever. But it was a good conversation, and I think it might be fruitful. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Strange.
Yeah, to follow up on Councilmember Peterson's report, I've been talking to the certain county representatives for several months now. I recently heard that Dr. Cassavant is interested in having the library at that building. I've talked to many people in the community that feel that having the children's library downtown would be a good thing. I think it would be a good thing. So the people who have talked to me, I have expressed I'm not sure that we as the council have any real control over that or say over that, but I'm 100% in support of it myself, if that's something that comes before us.
I have a question. Didn't they have mold in there? Is that why the police left? I thought, no?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that question.
There are some major renovations that need to be taken care of, and it's a cost issue now. I think, Mr. Mayor, you and I talked about that, but at this time, the county managers decided they're not moving forward because of the cost.
Because of the cost.
If y'all can recall, Brian, you wasn't here. I don't know. Ms. Peterson, I think you were there. I brought this to our attention in a year or so ago about the library was closing up there. And we've been looking. Last conversation I had, which was about 2 weeks ago, or maybe it was just last week, I had with the county manager and everything. They're no longer considering the police department because when they go in there and look at it, it's in such bad shape and everything. It would cost them too much. And I know Mr. Van Wagner and I, we've had this conversation about the library, and I've asked them to look into moving it, going out there to Old Badcock, Old Badcock, and I don't know if the county, I spoke with the county about it too, so I don't know where they are with it, but they're doing something. And I was kind of, I'll put it out there, I was kind of against putting a library in the downtown area, all the way on this side of town, when 90% of our kids and everything live to the west side, east side of town. So that's why I was trying to look for something over on that side of town, and also, but right now, that's off the table. As of last week, when I talked to the county manager, when we was up in Leesburg last week, she told me it was no longer on the table, so that's where we are. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. I would actually suggest that libraries be available to all of our residents.
Right.
I don't think knowledge should be restricted to one part of the city, and I've expressed that to the county manager and several members of the county commission that I would be fully supportive of having different locations. You know, as we've talked about new development coming in and new projects coming in and what they can give back to our community, that if we're gonna accept more traffic, we should at least get some benefit. And so having libraries in strategic locations becomes a discussion point with developers who wanna come in and get CUPs or variances or something that we haven't anticipated. That parks, you know, all sorts of different things. So I think that libraries in different parts of our city would be great. I don't think we have to have just one big one. I know a lot of people like to go, and it's not just for children. We're talking about a children's library, but you know, libraries having a place for people to get on the computer, to be able to ride their bikes. I mean, if you can imagine a college student who could ride their bike to the library and not have to have internet at home and not have to have a car, I mean, you've just saved $900 a month. I mean, that's a big deal for a young person or a young professional. So I think that I would support a library for children. We've got School of Rock going on here. We were talking about new park spaces, so I would be for it, for anybody listening. Putting that out into the universe. I did want to make sure that the public is aware, for anyone who's watching, that the DPZ charrette is starting on February 19th through the 23rd. It is posted on our website. If you go to the city website, there's a little button at the top that takes you to the page about our comprehensive plan. There are many, many opportunities for the public to participate during the charrette process. I was excited to learn that staff is also coordinating meetings ahead of the charrette to, one, gather information, and two, make sure people are aware that the charrette is coming up. They start on February 12th, and I think it's great. Mr. Bain, I think you had talked at one point about doing town halls, and I think that this is kind of And along those lines, they've got Kings Ridge, Wellness Ridge, Legends, Living Hope Church, Waterbrook, and then the public ones at the City Center and the Arts and Recreation Center. So if I didn't say your neighborhood, Living Hope Church is February 15th at 12:30, and then the Clermont City Center is February 17th at 6 p.m., and the Arts and Recreation Center is February 18th at 6 p.m. So what I wanted to bring this up, one, that's the public notice, and then for council, I personally am excited. I want to hear what the public has to say. You know I'm excited about the comp plan, so I'm unapologetic about that. However, I was hoping that we could all be on the same page, that for these meetings and even the charrette, that even if we go, and this is my commitment to you, that we not engage, so that the public feels free to speak. And I'm interested in observing, but I don't necessarily want it to feel to the public like we're doing a meeting. I know they have been noticed so that we can all attend, but I wanted to get your take on that, if anybody thinks that's out of line, but I wanted to be on the same page as a council on these meetings. So we're all good with that? These are public meetings? Okay, great. Okay. Mr. Bain? Do you agree? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Murray? Yeah. Okay, great. That's all I have.
Councilmember Bain.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to piggyback off that schedule is also on the city's website now. I think as of today or yesterday, it was added to the graphic for the workshops starting on the 19th. And it's my understanding too that even though like Kings Ridge or Wellness Ridge, if they're not exclusive to that neighborhood, it's just inside that neighborhood. And so I think because it's a public meeting, we can't exclude anybody from attending. But obviously it would, there are 3 that are occurring in non-neighborhoods, if you will, non-community, HOA communities that are available. And then the one for Waterbrook is actually Teams meeting, so it's online. And will the link then be on the city's website somewhere for that, or how will the link be for the Teams meeting for that one?
Yeah, we'll make it available.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. I didn't know.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and this is really our opportunity to create that shared vision for our future. You don't have to agree on what that vision is. This is the opportunity. There's no vision already. This is the opportunity to help provide that input for that vision. So it really is a valuable opportunity to try to be there for any and all of the events that you can, and hopefully at either this point or some other way that people can provide maybe some online comments too if they can't attend. That'd be great. Lake County Schools is doing a trades and transportation hiring event next Wednesday from 4 to 6 p.m. at the district office in Tavares. So encourage folks to check that out if you are looking for some employment in the trades or transportation areas and want to work for Lake County's largest employer, which is our school district. And then finally, too, I want to piggyback a little bit on what Councilmember Myers said and recognize and celebrate Black History Month here in February and the accomplishments and the contributions of Black Americans, including Mayor Murray as our first African American elected mayor, and Councilmember Myers as our first female African American council member. This is especially significant today as unfortunately too many are seeking to dismiss or diminish the history and diversity and community that has always existed and been an integral part of our community. So I want to recognize that and thank you for your contributions, and I look forward to sharing my information as your request at the next meeting.
Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Mack.
Thank you, sir. I just had 2 really quick things. One of them is I was asked by 1 or more council members about doing comment cards for the speakers when they come up. So before we do that, I want to just kind of get consensus whether there's a consensus on council to move forward with speaker cards. Just as a background, it would just ask them to fill out their name and address so we have accurate record keeping, and it would ask them which items they wanted to speak on. Doesn't mean they have to fill out a speaker card. We still let them speak without a speaker card, but it will help us with record keeping, and it'll also help with efficiency and getting the meetings going. But I wanted to get council direction whether we move forward with that or not before we proceed.
It's not mandatory.
It's not mandatory that they have to fill one out if they don't want to.
Wasn't somebody said if he's a law enforcement, doesn't give address?
Correct. Yeah, that's a separate issue, but yeah, they don't have to give addresses. But this is more for us to get better record keeping of their spelling of their names and their addresses, and have it move in a little bit more efficiency about having people lined up and knowing what items we're speaking on. In a case like tonight, where if we have 50 cards where they all say the same thing, it'd be great if they say, is there anything different? Kind of like the gentleman did today on the Hiawatha thing. If rather than everybody getting up and speaking, they all just kind of stood up and said, yeah, we agree. So there's some efficiencies that go with it, but again, this is a council decision. If the council wants to do it, we'll proceed forward. If not, we won't. So I just wanted to get a quick consensus on that.
I personally think it has a chilling effect on the public's participation in meetings. The county does that, and I think that we should always be mindful when we start a practice on the slope that we're on and what it could lead to. I know that I've been at meetings at the county where I didn't think I wanted to talk about something, and then the way the conversation went, I did want to talk about it. And so I think I wouldn't be supportive. I'm not going to stand in the way. There's other things, there's other battles I would pick, but I personally think it has a chilling effect and would not want to do it.
Okay.
I initially thought it had some merit with regard to just record keeping purposes, to help to facilitate that for the city clerk staff and for the records. I agree with Councilmember Strange, though, in terms of potential chilling effect. I think if our goal is to try to also register support or against something, we could potentially do that online, where someone could go on and say, my name is, Alex Smith, and I live at this address, and I'm for this or against this, and we could get a tally of something like that. But I understand the record keeping. I thought more about it, and because it's not something that you have to fill out, I do think that potentially people will not know that, and they'll think that they can't speak because they didn't fill it out. And I certainly don't want to do that. So I think we have to be delicate with that and balance that record keeping versus the effect of it.
We could consider having another podium, or a table where we just ask people, hey, when you're done, to make sure your record is accurate, if you would write your name and your address, and that way, it's once they've spoken, that might be something else to help.
That's typically in the places I've worked in the past, or when I was working at Lake County in P&Z, that's how they did that. It's something you didn't have to come up and fill it out beforehand, but if you did speak, they would ask you just for record keeping, please fill one out. Again, we can't force them to do it. So.
We can't force them to do it still. Anyone else?
I mean, I'm in agreement with that. I think a lot of people get intimidated by doing that. It's hard enough just to get up to the microphone. Now you're gonna put another burden on top of that. I mean, it's a story, you'd rather be in the casket than do the eulogy.
Come on.
All right, well, that's 3 votes, so I'm good. I'm good.
Well, here's the other thing I'm gonna add with that, and of course, where I feel with it,
Yes,
but
sir.
the other thing for is accuracy of record. Ms. Tracy, if you don't understand what he's saying, we can always say, hey, can you spell your name for us? Right. Okay, and everything. So we can always do that. I think sometimes we've had to go back, and I've seen council meetings sometime before where they did that and everything. We didn't understand it. So.
Okay, well, I'll move on to my next item because that's a majority right there, so that's a correction.
Okay.
The next item I wanted to make you all aware of is bringing back by popular demand our youth council. We are starting a 14 session starting September 9th through April 7th, and we're going to start accepting applications and nominations sometime probably around July or August. So we'll get that going again, and we're looking forward to that. And hopefully the lady that's coming to the next meeting will be happy to be on the council. That's all I have. Sir.
Well, I thank you, sir. Thank you, and thank you for finally getting that going. I think I've been asking for that for a while and everything. Youth council, I run into a lot of our youth around here that telling me they wants to get involved, and even last few, I think right around first part of the year, a few months ago, I've had a couple of them. One actually come out of Georgia and follow me for a week and everything, and do things. And we got a lot of young folks right here in Clermont that's coming to me all the time, wanting to know how to get involved. So I think that'd be a great thing to
Well,
go ahead
big
and get.
thanks to Zane and Jessica for doing a lot of the hard legwork on this to get it actually in motion.
So I thank you for getting that going. I wish we can get it quicker, because I think I've been asking for it for a year or two.
Yeah,
now,
it's usually corresponds with the school year, so that we couldn't start it now, right?
But thank you.
Absolutely.
I think we talked about the library, so I don't need to do that anymore. Martin Luther King Day Parade, I want to thank the council members for coming in and participating. Mr. Van Wagner, you coming out and participating in it as well. It meant a lot to have you down there, sir, and the speaking all. So the people were very impressed to have you down there and all. So the parade wasn't quite as big as it was year before last. I don't know whether it was the cold weather. I know we had a lot of cold weather. And a lot of people, I mean, I was getting calls in church on Sunday. Matter of fact, I was in church and I was busy on my phone in church on Sunday, wanting to know if we were going to cancel everything because of the cold and other cities was canceling. I was saying, no, we were going to go ahead, but I think that had to do with a lot, but it still was a pretty good turnout, and most of the vendors and everything was happy, so I thank you all for the participation.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Had you ever thought about moving it to that Saturday instead of that Monday?
Well, when I first started this, the reason I did it on Monday, because all other cities around us was doing Friday, like breakfast on Friday, Saturday, and everything. So I said, we'll do ours on the day so that we won't have to compete with no one else. But since that time, I've noticed like Ocoy and Winter Garden and all have started doing parades on Monday as well. But we gonna keep ours there and everything. One of the other things we talked about looking at doing maybe is trying to figure out a day we can do a breakfast. Okay, and trying to how we gonna fit that in, but that's the reason we do it on the Monday, is because everybody else was doing their thing on Friday and Saturdays and all. So,
I was just going to provide a little humor. It was the third parade. It was the first time I got to be in a convertible. So thank you for that on the coldest parade that we had so far.
Because it was cold. Yes,
it was cold, but trust me, people, I've been out there on colder days, and I don't know why it is the Lord keep doing this to us, but Friday, Saturday, and Sunday be 80, 90 degrees, and come Monday morning, it's...
That's why I was saying you don't want to do it on Saturday? For the last 3 years, it's been cold on Monday.
Year. Well, you're going to be with me at the waterfront at 7 o'clock on that morning when that wind is coming off the waterfront down there. We're trying to set up at 7 o'clock. Ooh. The fire training, congratulations to the fire department. I was able to attend the fire training center ribbon cutting and everything over there. Great job and all, and we're looking for more great things out of them. As I said then, it is very important that our firemen train on a regular basis, because in the profession is there, they constantly changing, things are constantly changing. So staying up to date and everything is highly needed in order to save lives and everything as things change. So having a training center here where they can do that is going to be great. Legislative days, as Mr. Peterson said, we did go up to Tallahassee, and it was cold up there as well. I got up there on Sunday evening. I pulled in. It was like 77 degrees. I woke up on Monday morning. It was 28 degrees. Okay, so it was, and I had to walk around. I guess they call it Doak Stadium. What's Florida State Stadium? So they had all us mayors out there walking around that stadium on Monday, all day on Monday and everything, and so it giving us lectures and all this. So it was a pretty brisk day, but thank God I did take warm weather clothes with me and also. But it was great. Mr. Peterson spoke about asked for funding for the pedestrian study across Highway 50 also. We asked for funding for other items such as the meters in the middle. We asked for the water treatment as well, different items. But my biggest concentration while I was up there, to be honest with you, since I had them two over there, even though I was there with them, focusing on our legislators about property property tax issue. So that was one of our biggest focus on Monday with the mayors was the property tax on Tuesday. We went and we had a briefing and everything, and then we actually went into the legislators as a group, FLC, Florida League of Cities local group, all the local chapters and everything got together and they went bombarding the state capitol on Tuesday with all the legislators basically to focus on the property tax. I felt pretty good when I got ready to leave there at 2 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon after my last luncheon or worked, whatever they want to call it, luncheon board meeting with the mayors. We got a briefing by one of the FLC gentlemen, and he's basically saying that keep your fingers crossed, but basically he doesn't see things going anywhere with the property tax right now because even though every one of the proposals had passed the House, all the hurdles, there's not one Senate bill to match any of them, okay? So if there's, basically what's happening, if you don't have a Senate bill to match anything, match any of their bill, it'll never make it, okay? They gotta have a Senate bill, and none of the senators seem to be in an urgency to do it, but here's the caveat. I'm hearing that our governor is talking about having a special session to try to get it done, okay? So keep your finger crossed, but right now, if the Senate doesn't react in the next couple of weeks and stuff, they may have to go back on a special legislature. So that was my biggest concern up there, because if we lose our property taxes, I think Clermont, maybe we'll have to make some sacrifices and everything, but I think we'll be okay. But I think Groveland, Mascot, and Mineola and Mount Vernon, because they don't have any real commercial, they're gonna be in serious problems. So them cities may fold. We may have to end up taking some of them under our fold, or the state have to pick them up. Something gonna have to happen to them. So we just don't know. And our biggest concern as the local Florida League of Cities, yeah, we're concerned about property taxes going away. However, our biggest concern is what's they gonna replace it with. Exactly. Nobody's telling us what they're gonna replace it with. So that's what we're trying to figure out, what's going to replace it if it goes away and everything. And I know the governor has said if you come back with trying to increase sales tax, he's going to veto it. So we can't do that. But anyway, that's where we are with that, and just keep praying. And it's up to you, all the residents, whether we do this thing or not, because actually it has to go on the ballot and it'll come to you all for a vote. So you need to give that some great consideration. Had my mayor's luncheon the other day. I thank everybody for coming out. It was another good mayor's luncheon. Had more turnout than I expected, especially when I was holding in a facility that's usually closed on Tuesday. You know, I think I counted about 35 or 37 people, whatever it was there, but it was great to be there. Mr. Van Wagner and actually Kurt, I think I called you the other day. I still haven't gotten it. I think I asked you for information on impact fees. How much impact fee credit and everything they've given the developers in Wellness Way, as well as the lumberyard project. How much impact fees credit that we've given them, the developers so far. So I'm still waiting on that.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, I'm not aware of that request. Could
No,
you?
I talked to Kirk. I ran into Kirk, and I mainly asked him for it.
I just want to make sure you get what you're asking for.
I know you probably have to go to him because because Kirk, I'm assuming Kirk probably have a better hold on that, what's actually been done down there, or maybe Scott and everything, so.
So you
A little fuzzy, I try to recall what the.
Well, I know we was on the run, we were talking in the street the other day.
Oh, the part that, yeah, okay.
Okay, so,
I know
cause,
it was impact fee, but, okay.
but I'll get back with you and everything and show you, tell you again. And Mr. Van, basically what I'm asking for is the impact fee credit that we've given to the developers in Wellness Way, Wellness Ridge, as well as the lumberyard project. Okay. Also, I know you all, the council members, I know you all probably saw a copy of the email I sent to Mr. Van Wagner and Mr. Mathis and Mr. Warren and everything, asking for clarification, or asking for a breakdown of the CDDs and in Wellness Way, MSTUs, HOAs, all this. Basically, what I was asking, what that was all about is trying to get a grip on what's going on down there in Wellness Way, because at the last council meeting, that was brought up to us, and I heard you say, Ms. Strange, that you wasn't aware of certain things, so I thought it would be great if we can have them go back and do a study and tell me exactly what the CDD is paying for, what they're responsible for. Okay, the reply I got back wasn't quite what I was asking for. Okay, so I'm gonna go back and ask him again. I think I've also talked to Kirk about it already, but the reply wasn't quite, because I want to break down on, you got the CDD, when it was established, how it was established, how you go on the board, when is the elections, all that's, what actually are they responsible for? What is the MSTU responsible for? Seem to be some confusion down there about who's paying what and everything. So I'm trying to get that broken down, and we know what. I do know the CDD boards of elections. I found out a lot more information on the boards of election. The boards are there, and coupled with what he sent me on the CDD boards. And Mr. Van Wagner, maybe you can check with this. I've already got a call in to Mr. To supervisor election to verify the fact that I think the Wellness Ridge CDD board is supposed to have an election this year.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can I clarify for you? Since I live in the Wellness Ridge and I'm under the Wellness Ridge CDD, that's incorrect. The developer gets to appoint the boards. They basically have elections because they own per acre, so we don't get to elect anybody.
Well, see, that's the information. When I'm going back and doing my research, that's why I'm asking for what I'm asking for and everything, because my understanding, the CDD, once you get 250 voters in that subdivision, it's supposed to be turned over, and then the voters in that subdivision become eligible for election. And it has to go through the supervisor election. It goes on the ballot, on a regular voting ballots, and the election has to be held on the even years. So this year's an even year. I'm not sure, but we may have over 250 voters down there in Wellness Ridge. So
Can I clarify that again, Mayor?
yes.
Well, under the Florida statute for the CDDs, the developer gets to control it for 6 years. There's a bill in the Senate right now that is going to give people that are under the CDD control, that is under a builder control CDD, if this bill passes, we'll be able to throw out the electors that are in there now, supervisors now, and we feel they're not doing a good job. We can actually do a recall on them and throw them out and not have to wait 6 years to get the builder board out.
Well,
Currently, we are stuck with them for 6 years. And then after that, technically, we only get 2 seats. And then the rest of the seats won't convert to us until they come up for election.
Okay.
Technically, we get to keep control of it.
Well, as I say, there's a lot of conflicting information out there, and I guess that's why I sent the email to you all, trying to get that all clarified, because I'm being first. I was told that they don't turn the CDD over until the whole subdivision is built out. Okay, and all this, but I'm
So
hearing other things.
if I can help, I think, Christian, if you're on the phone, you
Right.
knew this is coming. I think we could all benefit from some education on this.
Right.
And I know when I do a public records request, I do it to Mr. Van Wagner and Mr. Waugh, not to staff, not on purpose anyway. And I think in this case, it would benefit us all if Mr. Waugh could put together a memo for us on the current status of the Wellness Way CDDs, if there are multiple, if there's one, the HOAs, basically the general status of what's going on down there, what contracts are being negotiated, just 2 or 3 pages of the status and the legal positions, so that we're not trying to guess or play lawyer or read and interpret or take someone else's opinion, but that's why he's here. So Christian, I don't know if you can hear me, but is that something, if you can hear me, that you can do, and what would be the timeline on getting that to us?
The answer is yes, within a week.
Excellent.
And basically, that was my original request. It was a 1-page summary on each one of them, stipulating all this here. I think that was my email request that went and
And
asked.
Christian didn't get you that?
Well, Christian, I think, actually worked on it. I don't know if y'all saw the reply that came back. They probably just sent it to me due to sunshine law, but it wouldn't. Basically, they told me how many CDDs we have in Clermont and all, but not the responsibility, who's responsible for this, who's responsible for that. Didn't tell me, they told me about the board, but not how to go about getting elected to the board. And see, these are the kind of things, as you say, I felt like after I heard your comment, last council meeting, but you didn't know any of that, I felt like it'll be an education experience for all us to learn this stuff, because
Sure.
it is some things going on down in the Wellness Way area that's, I tell you, none of us, I mean, every time I turn around, I'm getting surprised whenever it's something new down there. And I think this is one of the things we need to get on top of, the CDDs, the MSTUs, and the HOA, all this stuff that's going on down there, so that's why I requested it. But I did send the main letter to Mr. Van Wagner and Mr. Mathis, and I copied every council member. I did a copy to each one of y'all, so you all know what I was asking for and everything, along with Mr. Waugh, okay? And I think Kirk and Mr. Waugh actually worked on it, right? Yes, sir.
We took a crack at it, Mayor. We weren't quite sure everything that, was requested on it, which is why we came up with the draft. But if we have 2 to 3 pages to do it instead of 1, I can guarantee you it'll be more comprehensive.
Yeah, well, if you wanted, I was asking for 1 page on each one of the entities. I didn't want you to have to do a whole research book on all of them, but if we can get a brief summary on each one of them,
Sure.
1-page summary on each one of them, that's fine, okay, with the breakdown. But main thing I'm trying to get, I'm hearing that the CDD is supposed to be paying for this, or they supposed to be paying for that. They collect the money. Where's the money going from? What about the budget? See, I don't know what kind of budget they got, and who's getting the money? We don't have any clue. So that's what I'm concerned with. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Mayor?
Yes.
Could I send you some of the CDD documents from their various sites? I can send you their budgets, all that. Technically, you do have the right to review their budgets every
Right.
year, and you have a right to comment on them. So I can send you those documents.
Okay.
Mr. Wall, can you hear Mr. Fumasi?
Yeah, would you
I
send
cannot.
them to the city attorney?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do that. Give me his email address. I'll be more than happy to.
Rick, will you take care of that?
Okay.
They can hear you, but the record can't hear you.
Joe Famasi, 2693 Jumpy Jack Way. I'm more than happy to send you the CDD budgets because they're supposed to post it to our website, CDD Well's Way. I can send you the budgets of them, their proposed budgets, all their actions, minutes, and agenda packets.
Okay.
As you know, they canceled their recent meeting because they said they had lack of business, but they had several things pressing on there. I have a current information request in for all those particular items.
Okay.
So, but I'd be more than happy to send to the city attorney their budgets, their meeting minutes, foundation documents, all that.
Yeah, send them to the city attorney, because that's probably what I would do it for, because I've asked them, and of course, Councilmember Strange also asked the city attorney to maybe go and get it. So it'd be beneficial to go to them.
I just asked if you give the city attorney my contact information, have him reach out to me.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
have it, and I'll send an email.
Thank you, Mr. Waugh. Other thing, one other thing, Ms. Strange, I hear you talking about using local businesses and trying to promote local businesses and everything, and very concerned about notification of like RFPs and everything. So I got a question. Why aren't we using our local newspaper to do ads, like this Clermont Sun, and maybe, I don't know if the South Lake Tabby do notification ads, but you can do legal ads in the Sun. So why aren't we using that? That will probably reach more people. I did some research and come to find out that our normal stream through the commercial and everything is reaching less than 100 people or so. So why aren't we using the Sun? Using the Sun, and my understanding from what I've did and everything and looked at, we can probably do it in the Sun a little bit cheaper and reach a lot more people. So can we take a look at that?
Are you talking to me?
Actually, Tracy and I are more of an expert at this matter than you could imagine. So I'll let Tracy answer that, because we have had a meeting already to discuss that.
We have had multiple meetings. The Sun only publishes 1 day a week. And We require our advertising to be 14 days prior to a public hearing, and they're not able to meet that requirement.
So we can't get our ads ready a couple of weeks in advance to get it out there? Well, they only publish 14 days, but if say for instance, if it's due 2 weeks from now, we can't give it this week to make sure it get in the paper this week and have the 14 days?
Based on our current deadline we work with multiple departments, and we're not able to do that.
Well, I'm just looking at trying to think. I've heard Ms. Strange talk about, we don't think we should, not having how much advertising we get and who all it's going out to, and using public, local businesses and everything. So we have a paper right here in our community, and I'm just curious why aren't we using it a little bit more and everything. And I think when I look at the cost breakdown and some of the costs they sent me and everything, we may save, granted it's only a couple of dollars, but it's a savings, okay? And I know for a fact, because when I worked in the post office, I used to send out 40,000 copies of that paper a week, okay? And if somebody didn't get that paper on Wednesday, my phone was ringing off the hook. And I could only say, call the Sun, call the news leader. I have nothing to do with it, and everything, but we just deliver what we've given, okay? But it's a very powerful, and people utilize it, okay? So I just thought maybe that would be another source if y'all will look into that for me, please, sir. And can you get with, another thing, can you get with Public Works and see where we are with Blossom? Upgrade on Blossom Avenue. I know we was probably doing a community block grant. I never heard anything about a board or anything coming up for to ask for that community block grant. See if they did it. Of course, I know usually it's people in the neighborhood that sit on the boards and everything. But supposedly a community block grant we was eligible, maybe eligible for to help do a upgrade over there on Blossom Avenue, which is much needed. Okay. All righty.
What is that? Is that a direction from council? What did we just approve?
No, that's Mr. Van Wagner asked him to get with Public Works, Mr. Stoney. We have a thing called community block grants. And community block grants, you can apply for them every 3 years. If you have what you want to call low-income areas in the city and everything, you can usually apply for these block grants, and you can get them to do some different type work. And I think we were trying to apply. Last I heard, he told me the area of Blossom qualified for the block grant. So did we submit for the block grant to try to do the upgrade, to get some upgrade? All the work that was done previous years, like on Blossom to the north side, along McKinney Park, all the way down to Pitt Street, and then DeSoto, that was 3 different block grants that I sat on long before I was the mayor and everything. We did one and did Blossom from Highland down to, I think it was Montrose Street. And then the next one came, and we went all the way down to Pitt Street, along Pitt Street and the streets there. And then the last one, I think we did East DeSoto Street and all the way down Distant Avenue and everything. But you can only apply for the block grant every 3 years or so. And I think we end up getting about $700,000-800,000 each time to have to get the work done. So and I was told that the block grant was that area of Blossom over there. The area I'm talking about is south side of 50. Going down to Hook Street. We're trying to get work done there, and especially right there from 50 to Minnehaha. It needs some serious work. It's in serious condition over there, wastewater and everything. So if we can get with the city, if we get with Stoney and find out where we are with that and everything, because I'm starting to get, I think I got a couple of emails asking about that, complaining about Blossom yesterday. So, okay. And other than that, that's all I have, sir. I think that's enough. So anybody else has